Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 101, The Beginning of the Great War. 19 Via Lombardy, 2nd floor. Loy stood by the window, gazing at the scene in the sky, his breath catching in his throat for a moment. He had expected this turmoil to be chaotic, but he had never imagined it would begin with a clash between two fourth-tier powerhouses. The one displaying wings of holy light in the sky was undoubtedly Jusis Koch, a light walker from the Church of the Sun God. Light walkers were a very special group within the Church of the Sun God. They were often selected from among the ascetics, possessing the most steadfast faith. Even walking in hell or fighting in the abyss would not corrupt their piety. They were also said to be guaranteed a place in the divine realm after death, the Sun God's most loyal favorites. And that beautiful, melodious song, seemingly capable of soothing the killing intent in one's heart, must belong to a fanatical follower of the god of song, Muriel. The Archbishop of the Sarah Cathedral, known as the Angel Singer, was Ms. Tiffany Morgan. Loy could only admit that he completely couldn't understand the battle. The song grew ever more melodious, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent. In mid-air, the air seemed to distort, transforming into swords and spears, relentlessly attacking. Yet, the song had a calming effect on the mind. Even Luo Yi, sword in hand, found herself thinking, what's the point of fighting? What if the flowers and plants get hurt? Luo Yi shook her head vigorously, but felt unable to escape the song's control. Meanwhile, in mid-air, the holy light surrounding the light walker intensified, like a rising sun. Huge wings of light swept around, seemingly banishing the song, or perhaps the swords and spears it had conjured. This was clearly beyond the comprehension of mortals, but these two, perhaps with reservations, didn't intend to fight openly. Or, more accurately, they weren't prepared to fight so fiercely here. With a single flap of its wings, the wings of light carried Jusis Koch into the heavens, then vanished in a flash, leaving only a streak of light that streaked across the sky like a meteorite, disappearing into the distance. As for Ms. Tiffany Morgan, she remained completely hidden from view, only her ethereal song faded into the distance, signaling her departure. These two were clearly preparing to find another place to fight again. Watching them go, Loy remained silent for a long time. Oliveira stepped forward and asked, "Are you alright?" Loy snapped out of his reverie, shook his head, and said, "I'm mainly surprised. These two have been here for days, and there's been no movement. Moreover, in these past few days, neither the Church of the Seven Gods nor the Church of the Sun God have had any conflicts. I always thought that the bombing of the church was over and done with, and neither side would pursue it further, but I never expected such a big thing to happen. This is truly, Loy was at a loss for words. He wanted to say a barking dog doesn't bite, but felt it wasn't quite right. Oliveira patted his shoulder and said, "There are too many things in this world you can't imagine. Like you said, the waters here run deep." Loy nodded and said, "Yes, so it's not easy to manage oneself." As they said this, the battlefield, which had been quiet for a short while, changed again. In the Church of the Sun God, a Templar knight surrounded by holy light leaped into the air, unleashing a slash. The sword light like a crescent moon, sweeping across. On the Church of the Seven Gods side, a priest clad in heavy armor and wielding a flail also leaped into the air. He was enveloped in over a dozen divine spells, rendering the heavy armor as if it were nothing. His method of dealing with a battle or a slash was simply to shatter it with his flail. This gave Luo Yi a truly eye-opening experience. He had never imagined that battle or slashes could be broken so easily. But this was just the beginning. Warriors from the Church of the Sun God charged forward, each wielding a great sword or thrusting with a spear. Their bodies were enveloped in holy light and enhanced by divine spells, displaying unwavering courage and fearlessness. Behind them, a group of priests from the Church of the Sun God began to pray, using divine spells with incredible speed and devout expressions. As for the Temple of the Seven Gods, the scene was a mixed bag, with all sorts of things happening. Magic and divine spells flew together, battle or resonated with greatswords, melodious songs filled the air, Gold coins flew everywhere, vines stretched out, and divine light descended. The battle between the two sides centered on the temple district of Auckland City, a life-or-death struggle with no mercy. Clearly, their grudges ran deep. With their leader having started the fight, they naturally wanted to settle things. Lo even spotted Mark Williams, whose divine spell involved throwing out gold tires that transformed into divine spells, a truly bizarre sight. Of course, from his height and with his limited vision, he couldn't see much beyond the rooftop battles of the supernatural beings. However, the shouts of battle, screams of agony, prayers, and even roars, along with the clanging of metal, were incessant. A gust of wind carried a pungent, nauseating stench of blood. At that moment, only one sentence flashed through Loy's mind: in a battle of faith, there is no right or wrong, only life or death. However, this was just a prelude. The real carnage was just beginning. This was a secluded mansion, overgrown with weeds, indicating the owner rarely took care of it. Yet, on this day, several men in black robes entered. In the basement, they drew an intricate six-pointed star array, offering sacrifices in each corner: fresh flesh and blood, contaminated holy water, a demon skull, freshly removed human entrails, and jet-black crystals. The stench of blood permeated the air, but it excited the men in black robes. They each took their places, pulled out spellbooks, and began chanting incantations that blasphemed light and justice. With a resonance of magical power, a dark vortex appeared in the center of the magic circle, emanating a foul stench and a faint roar. Seeing the summoning array take effect, the men in black robes became even more excited. Their voices grew louder, and their incantations faster. Then, a hairy black hand emerged from the vortex, tearing 5 cracks in the ground. With a final, forceful pull of its claws, a monster 3 meters tall, covered in black fur, resembling both a wolf and a human, leaped out. It warily surveyed its surroundings, and upon seeing the black-robed figure, bared its fangs, ready to attack. But the power of the spell bound it, and the leader of the black-robed figures pointed and roared, "There! Outside! It's all your prey, go! Go! Tear everything apart!" With a long howl, the dark werewolf charged out, smashing through the door and rushing down the street. Behind it, from within the vortex, werewolves surged forth, their numbers increasing and their speed accelerating. Outside, the howls of wolves echoed throughout Auckland. In the basement, seeing the increasing number of werewolves, the leader of the black-robed figures grew even more excited. He had completed the organization's orders. This time, he was certain to receive a greater reward. However, a blood-curdling scream shattered his reverie, for a werewolf charged forward, pinning one of the black-robed figures to the ground and tearing at him relentlessly. The leader of the men in black wanted to shout, but he was already surrounded by several werewolves. Only then did he realize that, without their control, the summoning magic circle had been operating autonomously. There were 4 such summoning magic circles in the entire city of Auckland, 1 in each of the 4 cardinal directions. However, only 3 were truly successful. In the western part of the city, in the wealthy district, the nobles and merchants, having suffered a disaster, were well prepared and had taken ample security measures. The summoning magic circle was interrupted just as it was starting to operate. Several summoners were killed, and the magic circle failed to activate and was completely destroyed. But 3 dark werewolf summoning magic circles were enough. These creatures are bloodthirsty, murderous, and fear sunlight and silver, often living only in darkness. But if they are allowed to bask in moonlight, especially a full moon, their already limited rationality will be exhausted, ultimately driven by their killing intent. Just like now, countless werewolves ran rampant through the streets, breaking into houses and indiscriminately slaughtering humans. Of course, upon closer inspection, it's not hard to see that they do have a target. 3 torrents of werewolves surged toward the center of Auckland, where the governor's hall was located, the office and residence of Lord Dorji Petrovich. Driven by an inexplicable force, they sought to tear the inhabitants to shreds. Of course, the governor's hall was not without defenses. Lord Dorji had set this trap with meticulous preparation, and what met these dark werewolves were demons. Their massive bodies were bulging with muscles, their twisted horns rippled with a magic unique to the abyss, their thick spiked clubs were anything but delicate, but undeniably ferocious. The sulphurous stench from the abyss filled the nostrils of every living creature, causing the already keen-nosed werewolves to sneeze and whine incessantly. But these berserker demons gave them no time to adjust. One by one, they charged out of the room, wielding their spiked clubs, and smashed the werewolves' heads to pieces. Behind the demon, Lord Dorji Petrovich sat there, dressed in a sharp suit, his expression calm and indifferent. Of course, the dark werewolves were not to be outdone. Several of them joined forces and surrounded the demon, and the two sides clashed fiercely. Before long, the council hall had become a battlefield of werewolves and berserkers, dark creatures and abyssal beings. And this was only the beginning of the great battle. Bonus chapter, isn't that timely? Chapter 102, An extraordinary person arrives. Number 19, Lombard Street, 2nd floor. Loy gazed into the distance again, his astonishment barely concealed. From his vantage point, he couldn't see the werewolves and demons fighting. However, the chilling dark magic, the sulphurous abyssal aura, wafted through the air, thick and persistent. Loy had lost count of how many times he'd been shocked tonight. The nobles of this world were constantly pushing the boundaries of his understanding. Humans were brazenly summoning dark creatures and abyssal demons as henchmen in their conflicts, and this was within the city, in the territory of the Church of the Yang God and the Church of the Seven Gods. Of course, neither side likely had the time or the inclination to fight demons right now. After thinking for a moment, Loy couldn't help but tilt her head slightly and ask, "Professor Oliveira, are they all so unscrupulous?" Oliveira paused for a moment before saying, "That's just how nobles are." "Then how do they plan to clean up the mess afterward? So many dark creatures, so many abyssal demons, how do they plan to explain it? Why do they need to explain?" This time, Oliveira's eyes were filled with doubt. He said, "The winner takes all, the loser bears everything. Isn't that how it should be?" Loy was silent for a moment again before saying, "One day, I'll actually feel guilty for having such high moral standards." Oliveira added, "I think we can put what happened there aside for now. We need to deal with our enemies." Loy narrowed her eyes and looked out the window. She saw two cloaked figures in black slowly walking from the end of the long street. Surrounding them were 6 enormous dark werewolves, twice the size of ordinary werewolves. These ferocious dark creatures were now submissive like puppies. At this moment, one of them seemed to sense Luo Yi's gaze, looked up, met her eyes, and grinned. Under the streetlights and moonlight, his teeth gleamed white. "I don't like talking to people from a superior position." As he said this, he unleashed a battle aura slash. The blood-red sword light tore through the air, covering a distance of dozens of meters, aiming straight for Luo Yi's head. However, Oliveira was not going to let him succeed. He drew his rapier, slashed it in midair, and a thin battle aura slash shot out. It seemed much weaker, but it was incredibly solid. After breaking through the air, it directly crushed the blood-red battle aura and then struck the black-cloaked man. This was the power of pure battle aura. Oliveira was surprised even by his own small demonstration, and of course, the cloaked man was even more surprised. In the blink of an eye, the battle aura blade was already upon him, so fast that he was momentarily stunned. However, he was also a seasoned veteran, and his reaction was extremely fast. He wielded 2 short swords, enveloped in crimson battle aura, shattering the remaining aura. But with just this one strike, the man's expression changed repeatedly. He knew that as the captain of the Earl's Guard, he must be quite powerful, but this level of strength was beyond his expectations. However, looking at his companion beside him, he felt much more at ease. Even if the opponent was strong, he was only at the 3rd tier, he couldn't possibly defeat them even in a 2-on-1 fight. At this moment, the man beside him finally spoke, his voice low, "Should you come down, or should we go over?" Oliveira didn't answer, but looked at Loy, who smiled and said, "Of course we'll go over, we can't damage my house." "Okay," Oliveira responded, and in a flash, he appeared outside the window. 3rd-tier transcendents couldn't fly, but their airtime and jumping abilities were maximized. He pushed off the wall with both feet, shooting out like an arrow. The 2 black-robed figures immediately charged forward. They clashed in midair, swords flashing, figures shifting, their speed increasing, but they also consciously leaped across rooftops, moving further away. When Luo Yi jumped down from the 2nd floor, he faced 6 massive, dark werewolves. Their ear-green eyes gleamed as they stared at Luo Yi, drool dripping from their mouths, looking eager for a fight. Luo Yi glanced at the distant battle between 2 extraordinary beings, then at the 6 dark werewolves left for him. At that moment, he felt a pang of grievance. He thought he was prepared, expecting a battle against a 3rd-tier extraordinary being. Who would have thought that 2 of them would arrive, both after Oliveira? And all he got were these 6 beasts. Wasn't that a bit too much of a disrespect? Of course, only Luo Yi thought this way, In reality, they already valued him highly. What were these? 6 dark werewolves. Basically, one werewolf could take on a second-tier combatant, and 6 werewolves were more than enough to kill a second-tier swordsman and a magic gunner. At least, that's what some people thought, and they weren't wrong. However, Luo Yi was no ordinary combatant. As if receiving a command, the 6 werewolves howled and charged forward. Their forepaws shattered the ground, and they pounced rapidly, like a swarm of black shadows, heading straight for Luo Yi. Luo Yi didn't back down. He stepped forward, activating his wind-chasing step, his figure blurring like a phantom, his speed incredible. If we're talking about the manifestation of a skill at its highest level, Luo Yi felt it was more about the precise control over the skill. Like now, wind-chasing step wasn't just about moving at will. How far he stepped, where he landed, and how far he was from the enemy were all under his control. At this moment, he twisted his body, dodging the first werewolf's attack, and with a sudden stop, landed in the center of the werewolves. Then, he exhaled and inhaled rapidly, his hand gripping the sword hilt jerking violently as he drew it. Golden dawn light emerged, mock rings swirling around him, forming concentric white ripples. Luo Yi spun, wielding his sword in a circle. A circular slash spread outwards, the whistling of air friction accompanied by sprays of blood and howling wolves. The slash continued until it reached its limit, leaving marks on the wall before dissipating, leaving only 3 dark werewolves howling. They had been cut in half at the waist, 2 at the waist, and 1 at the chest. Wolf blood and various organs were scattered everywhere. The 3 werewolves were not yet dead, howling weaker with each passing moment, filled with the terror of death. 3 others had fled far away, only 1 intact, having fallen to the back as the slowest to charge. The remaining 2 were injured in the legs, limping. They were lucky, they leaped high enough to escape. Of course, it was only a temporary escape. Now, when they looked at Luo Yi again, there was no trace of ferocity in their eyes, only deep fear. Their howls turned into sobs. He casually flicked the dawn slender sword in his hand, the blade vibrated. But not a drop of blood fell from it, yet he was still satisfied. This sky-piercing slash might have its advantages and disadvantages compared to the battle key slash, but at the second-tier level, it was already a rare mid to long-range attack method, an absolute baptism. However, he didn't linger for long, but stepped forward, preparing to deal with the remaining werewolves. The process went smoothly. None of the 3 werewolves chose to flee, but instead launched a frenzied counterattack. The 2 lame werewolves pounced first, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Although they ran with a limp, their speed was still very fast. The last werewolf roared to the sky, howling at the moon, as if awakening the blood within him. His figure grew taller and taller, and his aura became more and more violent. For Luo Yi, it all came to the same end. He didn't use the sky-piercing slash again, but instead used the wind-chasing step, his sword flashing and tracing a graceful arc in the air. As they passed each other, the 2 werewolves were already lying lifeless on the ground. As for the last werewolf, it seemed much stronger, but Luo Yi drew the gun from his waist. He gripped the gun with his left hand, channeled magic into it, and the layers of magical runes lit up. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The bullets left the barrel, smoke billowed, and the werewolf was already lying on the ground, slipping and falling at Luo Yi's feet, its body still convulsing. 3 shots, just ordinary bullets, 1 to the chest, 1 to the heart, and 1 to the head, were enough to completely kill this tenacious werewolf. Although the eagle eye style emphasizes precision, Luo Yi didn't yet have Gary Mill's marksmanship, so he readily chose to kill it with a hail of bullets. According to his memory, first shoot the enemy in the chest, the largest area, incapacitating them, then finish them off with a shot to the heart and then the head, ensuring they were truly dead. Even the werewolf, known for its incredible resilience, died swiftly this way. If Luo Yi remembered correctly, this was the Mozambique shooting method, quite effective. After doing all this, he quickly reloaded and ran further away. There, although the houses obscured the view, the aftershocks of their clash were quite evident. Clearly, the 3 were locked in a fierce battle, and Luo Yi wanted to join in. This major plot development was about to conclude. Chapter 103, A Battle Against the Extraordinary. As Luo Yi rounded a corner, the battlefield of 3 extraordinary beings clashing came into view. It was a relatively wide intersection of streets, a 4-way junction, enough for the 3 to maneuver. Oliveira, fighting 2 third-tier extraordinary beings alone, was growing stronger with each battle, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. Luo Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, locking onto the two extraordinary beings and carefully observing their fighting styles. One of the two cloaked figures was tall and slender, with agile and nimble movements. His weapons were two short swords, enveloped in crimson battle aura, which transformed into two beams of sword light. He disliked wasting battle aura and even more so, preferring close combat, and his use of crimson battle aura was relatively sparing. Yet, in his hands, the crimson battle aura could be extended and extended at will, sometimes propelling outwards, sometimes shooting out with considerable killing power, and also exceptionally unpredictable. The more Luo Yi looked at this person, the more familiar he seemed. It was as if time had reversed in his mind, and he remembered seeing him somewhere before. Back then, the first time I witnessed a battle between extraordinary beings, it was him fighting that Templar, forcing the Templar to fight him to the death. In other words, it was he who planted the alchemical bomb in the Cathedral of the Sun God. As for the other cloaked figure in black, his fighting style was typically large and sweeping. His upper body was bulging, his muscles bulging, appearing imposing even with the cloak covering him. His weapon was a greatsword, with a wide spine and serrated blade, brimming with battle aura. When he swung it, countless battle aura blades rained down. His strength was astonishing, and propelled by this incredible power, his linear speed was also extremely high. In battle, he was often at the forefront, relying on his formidable physique to charge and crash through, seemingly intent on knocking Oliveira to the ground. With a sudden charge, Oliveira dodged, and he crashed directly into a nearby house. The walls shattered, bricks flew, dust filled the air, but none of this could compare to his roar and the sharp battle aura slashes that swept across the area. Seeing a rare opportunity, Oliveira plunged headlong into the house without hesitation, creating a brief one-on-one confrontation. Before the dual swordsman could even enter, the brick and stone house began to tremble and crumble. A few breaths later, the roof shattered, and two figures soared into the sky. Dust filled the air, obscuring their vision, but a blade of battle aura, like a crescent moon, slashed down. The other man could only raise his sword to parry, his aura surging and raging as a defense. Yet, he was still sent flying by the blade, like a kite with a broken string, hurtling hundreds of meters before wobbling and about to crash to the ground. Only then could it be clearly seen that the one flying backward was none other than the great swordsman. In mid-air, Oliveira moved swiftly, shattering the air with his footsteps, and pursued him relentlessly. However, the swordsman with two swords reacted quickly, closing in on Oliveira with a series of thrusts from his short sword. Streams of crimson battle energy shot out like arrows, chasing after Oliveira. Oliveira spun in mid-air, his sword flashing, shattering all the crimson battle energy. Stepping back onto the ground. The three seemed to catch their breath for a moment, but the next second, they abruptly transformed into phantoms, entangled once more. It was at this moment that the house they had just ravaged finally collapsed, its support giving way. Bricks and glass shattered, dust rising only to be suppressed by the shockwave. Luo Yi, with her sharp eyes, noticed that inside the house, a family of three hadn't escaped, huddled together, buried under the rubble, lifeless. This was the battle of the extraordinary. Ordinary people were like ants and weeds in their hands, even the aftershocks were a matter of life and death. To mortals, the extraordinary were comparable to natural disasters. Luo Yi forced himself to look away, his gaze growing increasingly cold. He wasn't a person overflowing with compassion, but he was making this effort because he didn't want to become such an insignificant dent. He turned his gaze back to the battle of the extraordinary beings. The fight had intensified, but from the looks of it, Oliveira was still dominating the two. Because of the secret holy technique Divine Psi, Oliveira's battle aura had been refined, and now it was much less than 2/10 of what it used to be. This made his current fighting style somewhat stingy. For example, he was unwilling to use techniques like 10 gale slashes. However, even a casual strike of his battle aura was something the two extraordinary beings had to take seriously. The power was too great. They either had to dodge or use 10 times their battle aura to counteract it. Otherwise, they would be cut in two. That's how the two extraordinary beings sustained their injuries. Now, they were dealing with it with extreme caution. Even so, Oliveira wasn't taking it seriously yet, because he hadn't drawn his gun, nor had he used the Divine Psi, Beast Heartbeat. He was only using about 80% of his strength, which was already a struggle for the two extraordinary beings. Whether Luo Yi intervened or not was irrelevant in this kind of battle. However, Luo Yi didn't want to give up such a good opportunity to practice. His thoughts were still churning when Luo Yi made his decision. Then, seeing the figure flying backward, he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The dawn broke through the air, leaving a golden arc amidst the humming vibrations. The air swirled like a cutting vortex, forming a crescent moon that swept across a space of several meters, aiming straight for the man's head. Originally, the dual-sword warriors' gazes were firmly locked on Oliveira. Even after he was knocked away by the attack, their eyes remained fixed. They hadn't expected their opponent to be so formidable. His combat experience was rich, his skills honed to perfection, with almost no weaknesses, but what was most terrifying was the power of his pure battle aura. Every time he faced a direct confrontation, he had the illusion of being torn to shreds, which filled him with both hatred and envy. In his view, this must be a high-level battle key that was not passed down to outsiders, otherwise it could not have such power. If he had this battle key, he wouldn't be fighting like this now, having to engage in close combat. But now, thinking about all this was useless. In battle, one must be focused and fight with all one's might. His body twisted in midair, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and just as he was about to continue charging forward, a deadly sense of crisis struck. He felt the threat of death coming from behind him. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His body twisted in midair, and the battle key within his body erupted like it was free. A ball of blood-red flames suddenly exploded, and sword-like crisscrossed, completely shattering Luo Yi's sudden attack with a piercing slash. Even so, the swordsman was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up sharply and saw Luo Yi walking calmly towards him. You, it's actually you. You're a third-tier transcendent. No, that wasn't an outward release of battle aura, it was more like wind magic, but without elemental fluctuations. How did you do that? He didn't ask about the 6 dark werewolves, just that attack, and the fact that Luo Yi was here, already explained everything. Clearly, the mission they had taken on was far more troublesome than they had imagined. Luo Yi smiled, gripping his rapier. With a humming vibration, the mock rings surged layer upon layer, eventually forming a white vortex. Is that what you're asking about? It's indeed not battle aura, nor magic. As for what it actually is, just feel it for yourself. Saying this, he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. This slash, seemingly a simple strike, actually produced 6 or 7 void slashes that shot out from nowhere, almost completely enveloping the swordsman from all sides. This was a void slash version of the 10 gale slashes, only his strength wasn't quite there yet, so he could only unleash 6 or 7. Even so, it still startled the swordsman. This time, he swayed, his twin swords flashing, unleashing streaks of crimson battle aura that shattered the air-piercing slashes. The aftershocks rippled through the air, but a figure had already broken through the air. The swordsman's feet moved swiftly, his figure like a phantom, breaking through the aftershocks and heading straight for Luo Yi. Clearly, this one still intended to use his most proficient method, close-quarters combat. But when he finally broke through the aftershocks, he was shocked to find that Luo Yi had retreated more than 10 meters, creating distance. Then, his slender sword flashed, unleashing a series of air-piercing slashes that churned the air endlessly. Luo Yi was cautious, although he wanted to assess his strength, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Therefore, he chose to first launch kite-like ranged attacks to test his skills. As it turned out, even a transcendent being was powerless against a fighting style that countered their own. The swordsman, enraged, roared in frustration. Despite several attempts, he couldn't close the distance, leaving him feeling powerless. Knowing he couldn't continue like this, he changed his tactics without hesitation. He paused, gathering his strength for a moment, his crimson battle aura surging on his sword before unleashing a powerful slash. This strike, a blade of battle aura several meters long, shot for 100 meters without dissipating, shattering all of Luo Yi's aerial slashes in its path. Faced with this attack, Luo Yi instinctively chose to dodge. He had no intention of fighting a direct confrontation with such a powerful attack. In that moment of hesitation, the swordsman crushed the magic scroll in his hand, sending fragments of magical light falling upon him, transforming into a swirling blue whirlwind. Utilizing this magical boost, he suddenly accelerated, reaching Luo Yi at an incredible speed. At this moment, he finally brought a battle into his familiar rhythm. Just as he was about to unleash his power and show the illegitimate son that ranged attacks weren't everything, he saw a dark gun barrel. Yes, Roy drew his gun, still a cold revolver, magic channeled, magic runes shimmering, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, smoke billowed, and flashes of light appeared. The swordsman practically stumbled forward, dodging the bullet. When he got up again, Roy was already holding a sword in his right hand and a pistol in his left, looking at him with a smile. "You wanted to fight me to the death, didn't you? I'll grant your wish. Come on, let's exchange a few more blows." Saying this, he had already taken the initiative to attack. Far away, high above, Gary Mills, dressed in black, held his magic-powered sniper rifle, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, intently watching this battle of the extraordinary. Frankly, he was somewhat surprised by Roy's combat prowess. He had never seen a second-tier warrior fight a third-tier extraordinary warrior so evenly. However, Gary Mills was still pleased to see Roy draw his gun. In this era, you had to believe in the power of magical firearms. But his smile froze before it could fully form. Because the technique Roy used to fight that extraordinary swordsman was clearly Hayes's gunsword technique. Yesterday, my monthly votes briefly dropped below 1,000, which made me very happy, but then they plummeted again in the blink of an eye. Chapter 104, Arrogance and Near Death. There's a fact you have to admit, among the various styles of the magic gunner, Gary Mills' Eagle Eye style might be more specialized, powerful, and comprehensive. However, the most suitable style for Roy is still the Hayes gunsword technique. There's no way around it. He's a wind-chaser swordsman, and he always needs to keep one hand free to wield a sword. Therefore, a gun in one hand and a sword in the other is the only way to maximize his strength. And he happened to have encountered two magic gunners proficient in the Hayes gunsword technique on Guano Island. Deep Blue learned a portion of the Hayes gunsword technique from them. Although incomplete and without systematic training, with Deep Blue's data analysis and considering Roy's actual situation, he had actually deduced a version of the Hayes gunsword technique. Roy used the auxiliary learning module to learn it extensively in his dreams, but naturally, he didn't tell Gary Mills about this. He was afraid the other party would get angry. Of course, all this preparation had a very noticeable effect. The swordsman, thinking he had the upper hand now that the distance was close, found himself in a precarious situation. However, Roy's attacks were faster and more unpredictable than his own. The cold revolver could appear from almost any angle, and a casual shot was an attack he had to dodge. Yes, dodge, not block. Although he could predict the bullet's trajectory, blocking at such close range would cause a momentary stun due to the recoil. Then, Roy's sword would follow, aiming for his vitals. Compared to his crude marksmanship, Roy's swordsmanship was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, the vibrational force of the sword and the constantly expanding Mach rings were no joke. Every time the battle aura clashed, it generated a tearing force. A slight relaxation felt like the short sword was about to slip from his hand. It was only because Roy's reloading wasn't smooth enough, especially since reloading while fighting always caused delays, that he had a chance to catch his breath. But he could clearly sense that Roy was growing at a speed he didn't quite understand. Whether it's marksmanship, swordsmanship, reloading, or aerial slashing, it's all the same. He even had a feeling that Luo Yi was using him to hone his combat skills and accumulate experience. A second-tier combat professional who also worked as a magic gunner, using him, a third-tier transcendent, as practice. The thought seemed ridiculous to him, but in fact, it was true. Professionals in this world don't really care about physical fitness or longevity. Although reaching a certain level of strength allows for physical and spiritual repair, spontaneously extending lifespan, they still pursue personal combat power, and the best test of combat power is always on the battlefield. Under Deep Blue's guidance, every aspect and step of Luo Yi's training was optimally and best suited to him. Therefore, his progress was surprisingly rapid. But for Luo Yi, how strong he truly was still to be proven on the battlefield. Only by truly fighting a third-tier transcendent could he truly see himself. And this was actually the reason he insisted on staying. He wanted to find a transcendent to practice against. This third-tier swordsman met his requirements, and he could sense it clearly. Although the opponent was a third-tier transcendent, in terms of physique, he wasn't much worse off, only his agility was inferior. But his strength and constitution were unmatched. In terms of combat skills, his proficiency seemed higher. In terms of battle aura, his sky-piercing slash wasn't much weaker. The only thing he couldn't match was the magic and physical resistance of his battle aura, But he was only second tier and couldn't expect too much. As for attack, the close-range killing power of the magic-powered firearms was fast and accurate. And this was all before Luo Yi had used his trump cards, such as the magic pistol Fury or the divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat. In this chaotic battle, comparing side by side, Luo Yi grew more confident and relaxed with each fight. He felt he could win. Of course, the one who couldn't withstand the first attack wasn't the blood-red swordsman, but another person in a black cloak. Luo Yi still needed to assess his own strength, but Oliveira didn't. Moreover, without the blood-red swordsman's help to share the burden, the great sword swordsman suffered greatly. He was a strength-based warrior, not fast, and now he could only take Oliveira's aura slashes head-on. Each slash left bloody gashes on his body, and with each charged attack, he could only retreat to dissipate his power. Now, he could only keep crashing into different houses, using the people inside and the complex environment to slow Oliveira's attacks. However, after smashing the surrounding houses to pieces, Oliveira's rage was completely ignited, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Die! Oliveira finally unleashed his most prized 10 gale slashes. His rapier pierced the air, flashing silver light, and 10 aura blades crisscrossed and tore through the air. If one's eyesight was good enough to keep up with the speed of the aura blades, one could see that Oliveira's aura blades, seemingly lacking in imposing power, were actually quite substantial. They were like blades that had come to life. Moreover, their trajectories weren't straight lines, some were straight, some curved, some rose from the sky, and some skimmed the ground. 10 blades of battle aura all had the same target, yet they also blocked all avenues for escape. This one technique alone was worth a lifetime of study for many extraordinary warriors. The great swordsman's eyes froze at the sight. All he could do was plunge this sword into the ground, his battle aura erupting like flames, seemingly without restraint. This was often a desperate defensive tactic for extraordinary warriors, resulting in a massive waste of battle aura. However, one had to admit that at this moment, the extraordinary warrior's physical and magical resistance were at their maximum. There had been cases of 4th-tier warriors using this technique to withstand large-scale, forbidden magic spells. At this very moment, the Greek swordsman shouted at the top of his lungs, "Grey Mist Man, if you don't act now, we'll all die. How will you explain this when you get back? Help!" Boom 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 boom. The next second, the aura blade slammed into him, violently colliding with his protective aura. The booming sound lingered, the aftershock still reverberating, drowning out his cries. But at that very moment, Oliveira's eyes suddenly narrowed. The rapier stood upright before him, his aura subtly radiating outwards, his entire being exuding a sharp, piercing light, like a sword about to be drawn, filled with killing intent. Around him, in the darkness, twisted and terrifying beings drew closer, their chilling aura filling the air. On the other side, Roy's talent, Fatal Crisis, was triggered. He felt an extreme, needle-like fear, as if he would die on the spot on the next second. Almost without thinking, he twisted his body, his upper body arching backward like a snake or python. And suddenly, grey mist dissipated before him, a sword grazing his neck. It was clearly still far from his neck, but an invisible aura spread, heading straight for it. Almost instinctively, Luo Yi's feet stomped repeatedly, using the swift wind step to retreat diagonally, his speed increasing rapidly. But the killing intent showed no sign of abating. The grey mist spread, and suddenly a figure appeared. He too was dressed in a black cloak, but this time wore a demon mask. Through the hollows of his eyes, Luo Yi could almost feel the mockery, cruelty, and killing intent within them. He moved with lightning speed, his body tilting forward as he pursued, his battle aura surging, finally revealing a faint outline along the sword's edge. The light extended along the blade, straight as a knife, never leaving Luo Yi's neck. At this moment, Luo Yi's mind went blank, only his body reacted faster, his feet stomping repeatedly as he retreated. However, the space for retreat was ultimately limited. His back slammed heavily against the crumbling wall, and he could only see the sword's edge drawing ever closer. At this moment, his, swift as the wind, talent had already been activated, and everything in his vision slowed down. However, being able to see clearly didn't mean being able to avoid it. On the contrary, seeing the sword tip approaching his neck amplified the terror of death. At this moment, all of Luo Yi's proud abilities and skills became meaningless. Just then, a gunshot rang out from afar, sounding slightly distorted in his swift as the wind state. But in that instant, the grey mist suddenly swirled and disappeared, leaving a bullet hole in the wall beside Luo Yi. At that moment, Luo Yi knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat, his muscles aching and exhausted, his eyes filled with terror. He turned his head and saw the bullet hole. With his knowledge, he recognized it at a glance as a bullet from a magic-powered sniper rifle, capable of killing from thousands of meters away in the hands of a professional. It was one of Gary Mills's most lethal attacks, and now it had become his lifeline. At that moment, reality slapped Luo Yi hard in the face, clearly telling him, "The battlefield is not a place for you to play. The battlefield is a place where it's a matter of life and death. On the battlefield, if you don't want to die, you must have complete respect and use every means to eliminate your enemy first." At this moment, Luo Yi really wanted to say that he had learned a lesson. It was also at this moment that Oliveira noticed the crisis Luo Yi was facing. The man, whose duty was to be the captain of the guard, was enraged. His sword flashed, and the monster that crawled out of the shadows was suddenly cut into countless pieces, green blood flowing all over the ground. Moreover, the heartbeat of a giant beast suddenly sounded. Thump, thump, thump. Layers of heavy ripples spread outward, and a heavy pressure spread, as if a layer of gloom had been cast over everyone's hearts. The demon-masked man, who had been so confident, stiffly turned his head at this moment. What he met was a pair of cold eyes that contained boundless rage. "You're asking for death? You can't be too arrogant when you're doing something." Chapter 105, Shooting the Extraordinary. As it turns out, even among third-tier transcendents, the difference in strength can be immense. The battle between Oliveira and the Grey Mist figure didn't seem like something a third-tier transcendent could achieve. It was more akin to a clash between fourth-tier powerhouses. A heartbeat like that of a behemoth resounded, ripples of air spreading outwards, the pervasive pressure causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Oliveira's physique had reached an unbelievable level, so every step he took shattered the air, propelling him through the sky. His rapier had become invisible, leaving only shimmering silver light, transforming into sharp blades that sliced in all directions. His battle aura slashes were fine and dense, seemingly insignificant, yet capable of piercing through the air for thousands of meters before dissipating. Those that occasionally struck the ground left deep, bottomless trenches that stretched to the horizon, tearing apart walls and ruins. The Grey Mist figure was equally formidable. Enveloped in a thin mist, his aura concealed, he appeared and disappeared without a trace, seemingly traversing space. His battle aura was nearly invisible. As long as it didn't exceed a certain limit, it wouldn't even emit a glimmer of light, making it an excellent method of assassination. He could also summon bizarre shadow beasts that moved swiftly through the shadows. While they didn't cause much damage to Oliveira, their sheer number provided excellent distraction. These two were clearly fighting with real intensity, no longer confined to their current location. They chased each other in mid-air, appearing and disappearing, the sound of air being torn apart incessant. They clashed on rooftops, seemingly only a few moves were exchanged, but when they left, the buildings often collapsed. Even Lloyd had to activate his, swift as the wind, talent to slow down the flow of time around him to barely see their battle. On the rooftop of a distant high-rise, Gary Mill's eyes had turned into vertical pupils, like those of an eagle, fixed intently on the battlefield. After several attempts to lock onto the target, he finally shook his head and gave up. The Grey Mist figure had clearly sensed his presence and was unwilling to linger in one place for long. Even with his full eagle eye activated, he couldn't track its trajectory. Such a master, even among third-tier transcendents, was extremely rare. How could he be sent to kill a mere second-tier? Of course, this thought only briefly crossed his mind before he dismissed it, because, in the grand scheme of the battle, this formidable Grey Mist figure was actually the one being attacked. Oliveira, the captain of the Raymond family's guard, a third-tier transcendent, all of this would have earned him respect in the past. But witnessing this battle, they should be filled with fear. This one was actually this powerful. Shaking his head, his eyes once again transformed into eagle eyes, and he looked at Loy. He hadn't forgotten his purpose. This trip was to protect Loy. Then, he saw that Roy, who had just been terrified, stood up again. His panic subsided, his heart pounded even harder, driving his pure battle aura and blood to circulate rapidly within him. And so, his power returned. Roy rose, raising his hand in a greeting in the direction the bullets had come from. This was a thank you to Gary Mills. Then, he inserted his Colt revolver into its holster and drew his specially made weapon, Rage. Left hand a pistol, right hand a sword. His breathing became increasingly steady, and power surged within him like a torrent of magma. Then, he looked at his enemies, the remaining two extraordinary powerhouses. These two were also somewhat frightened. They had already huddled together, watching with some fear the battle between Olivera and the Grey Mist Man in the sky. They already knew the Grey Mist Man was strong, but the fact that Olivera could chase and hack away at him was something they had never even dared to imagine. If they had known Olivera possessed such ability, they would never have accepted this mission. Of course, it was too late to say anything now. They could only pray to get through this battle safely. Next time, they vowed never to come back to this damned Auckland city again. But next time was a long way off. This wasn't over yet. At this moment, Loy stood before them. The dual swordsman smiled somewhat reluctantly and said, "Mr. Loy, you see, this battle has come to this point. How about we end it here? You haven't suffered any losses, and we've been injured. Let's just let it go, okay?" This swordsman was actually alright, with no serious injuries, but the greatsword user had taken a solid hit from Olivera's 10 gale slashes. His cloak and black clothes were torn to shreds, revealing numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, with blood splattering everywhere. Not to mention the emptiness caused by the extreme exertion of his battle aura and the damage to his internal organs. Only by drinking several bottles of magic potions in time could he stabilize his injuries, otherwise, he wouldn't just be pale-faced now. Given their current state, the dual swordsman truly didn't want to fight anymore. It wasn't fear of Loy before him, but rather the dread of the lurking demonic gunner. But while he didn't want to fight, Loy wasn't having it. Having straightened his stance, Loy was now terrifyingly strong. He grinned, a smile devoid of warmth, filled only with coldness and killing intent. "You come and go as you please, fight and kill as you please. Doesn't that make me lose face? Getting the pirate treasure was my luck. I think if I leave you here and hang your corpses at the door, no one will bother me anymore. What do you say?" The swordsman's expression stiffened, his face grim. "Do you have to be so ruthless? When you came to kill me, why didn't you consider that you would also die?" Seeing that things couldn't end peacefully, the dual swordsman's tone suddenly hardened. "You're just a second-tier cultivator. Even if you have some skills, the difference in tires is too great. I'm giving you face, so take it. Otherwise, if you really die, it'll be too late to regret it." Luo Yi nodded. "That's exactly right. A third-tier transcendent, you should have some arrogance. Besides, it's more interesting to fight someone like you." Before she finished speaking, Luo Yi had already rushed out, her right hand clenching, and the dawn trembled violently. With a buzzing sound, the mock rings extended layer upon layer, and Luo Yi had already slashed out with her sword. 10 sky-piercing slashes appeared out of thin air, sweeping straight forward. Although they didn't have Olivera's exquisite control, they were like a storm, with resolute killing intent. The swordsman was not to be outdone, his figure spinning like the wind, 2 short swords sprouting a meter-long blood-red blade, carving a path through the sky-piercing slashes. As the air-piercing slash shattered, their eyes met. Without hesitation, he unleashed his battle aura, the crimson sword light thickening and lengthening, resembling 2 giant swords, slashing towards Luo Yi. The greatsword swordsman, knowing it was a life-or-death moment, took a deep breath and stood up. His greatsword glowed with battle aura, and with a casual swing, he shattered the incoming air blade. Then, he raised his sword, crouching slightly, clearly gathering his strength. He was waiting for Luo Yi to exhaust himself before launching his attack. He and the dual sword swordsman had a tacit understanding. Since Luo Yi was courting death, they naturally wouldn't hold back. In the distance, on a high-rise building, Gary Mills, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Even he felt Luo Yi was being somewhat ungrateful. A transcendent being was a transcendent, and should at least be given some respect. Why was he, a mere second-tier cultivator, so impulsive? This thought had barely formed when he raised his sniper rifle, ready to provide support at any moment. But through his visor, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Facing the crimson sword aura slashing down, Luo Yi surprisingly didn't choose to defend. Instead, he took a series of rapid steps, pushing his speed to its maximum, and rushed forward like a phantom. Layers of magical light illuminated around him, constructing a full 6 layers of deflection field magic. He hadn't had time to activate this magic against the Grey Mist Man, but now, he was activating it intentionally. The crimson sword light was fierce, shattering 4 layers of deflection field, but it was still affected by the 5th, changing direction and sliding past to the sides. Luo Yi's sword, like a swift golden flash, was already aimed straight at the swordsman's neck. Even a dual swordsman as agile as him could only sheath his sword and parry at this moment. Clang! A crisp collision sound rang out. The Dawn rapier preserved its status as a rare weapon, leaving a nick in the short sword. Of course, a rapier is still a rapier. Under the direct parry, it began to bend like a bow. Using the force of the rebound, Loy traced a V shape, chasing after the swordsman's heart. The swordsman could only rotate his sword to continue parrying. Then, there was more collision, rebound, change of direction, attack, parry, rebound, change of direction, pursuit. In that instant, the rapier transformed into countless V-shapes, like an endless stream of golden light, chasing after the dual swordsman's vital points, each strike faster than the last. Even the dual swordsman, to maintain distance, had to begin retreating. One step led to a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. He had never imagined that he, a transcendent being, would be completely overwhelmed by a second-tier swordsman in a sword duel? How unbelievable. As for the greatsword user, in the midst of her busy schedule, Loy also paid attention to him. The dark muzzle of her gun was pointed at him, then the magic runes lit up, activating without hesitation. Bang! The bullet left the barrel, abruptly interrupting the greatsword user's charge. He was forced to rotate his greatsword to deflect the bullet. His plan was sound, but when the bullets collided with his sword tip, a layer of frost spread, creeping along the blade and chilling his hands. Frost bullets. The greatswordsman's breath hitched, and he had to muster his remaining battle aura to resist the onslaught of cold. And what he faced were even more frost bullets. Bang 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 bang. The bullets kept coming, forcing the greatswordsman to remain rooted to the spot until he ran out of ammo, finally giving him a chance to catch his breath. But Loy's reload speed was no longer as slow as before. Almost in the blink of an eye, the cylinder ejected, the spent cartridges fell, and intact bullets returned to the cylinder. With a swift flick of her wrist, Loy returned the cylinder to its original position, magic activated, the gun glowed, and it spewed forth light again like a raging inferno. The greatswordsman had only gained a brief respite before facing bullets once more. This time, he was more experienced and prepared to use his previous method. But the collision of the bullets and the greatsword resulted in a deafening explosion, flames blazing and smearing the greatswordsman's face. This time it was a fireball. The greatsword swordsman almost instinctively took a step back and closed his eyes, but in that instant, the continuous bang 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 of gunfire filled his ears. He felt his whole body tremble, blood flowing freely, and his strength draining from his body. Looking down slightly, he saw his chest riddled with bullet holes. This time, it was armor-piercing rounds. Even so, it didn't stop Luoyi and the dual-sword swordsman from exchanging another blow. He didn't retreat, but the dual-sword swordsman was forced back 10 meters. The dual-sword swordsman looked at his partner, who was beyond dead, his face ashen. Luoyi didn't pursue, he casually shook out his magazine and leisurely reloaded. Only then did he look up, grinning. Now, it's your turn. Second update. Chapter 106, The Old Noble Union. The dual swordsman had never imagined that he would one day be forced into a corner, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, by a mere second-tier combatant. Looking at that young face so close, that cold smile, he felt a long-forgotten fear. This fear, like a raging fire, spread for miles in an instant, scorching his heart until only terror remained. So, he chose to flee. His figure blurred, his cloak billowing, and he turned and fled without looking back. Although, if word got out, all the extraordinary beings would laugh at him, a third tier being routed by a second tier, it would be utterly humiliating. But who cared? He only wanted to live, only wanted to get further and further away from this bastard. Luoyi's expression froze for a moment. He had already assumed his stance, adjusted his mindset, even his beast heartbeat was ready to be activated at any moment, preparing for the opponent's desperate fight. His opponent had actually fled? This was a disgrace. Extraordinary beings, even extraordinary beings are afraid of death. Luoyi's body reacted faster than his mind, with only a 1-second delay before he immediately gave chase. He pushed his wind-chasing step to its limit, his left and right feet striking in rapid succession, his figure moving as if enveloped in a whirlwind. Upon closer inspection, the magical deerskin boots beneath his feet glowed, their lightness effect activating, making each step feel like it was powered by springs. However, a third-tier warrior is a third-tier warrior, and an extraordinary warrior is an extraordinary warrior. Even with his battle aura enhanced, Luo Yi, using every means at his disposal, simply couldn't catch up with the dual swordsman ahead. His opponent was truly swift as the wind and agile as a cat, moving across rooftops and walls as if on flat ground. Luo Yi couldn't keep up. Seeing the distance widening, he angrily unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, spraying bullets like they were free, but all were evaded with incredible agility. Now, Luo Yi was truly helpless. Unless he activated Beast Heartbeat, he simply couldn't catch up, but activating it seemed too risky. Just as he was about to give up, a gunshot rang out. The dual swordsman stopped abruptly, almost falling forward. He stared at the bullet hole in front of him, the broken brick still red from being rubbed, then looked up at the tall building in the distance, his face extremely grim. On the high-rise, Gary Mills couldn't help but rub his nose. He shouldn't have fired, his mission was to do what he could, not to meddle. But seeing the man sprinting towards him, getting closer and closer, and with Roy relentlessly pursuing, he couldn't resist. He'd even thoughtfully only given a warning, not fired directly. Dual swordsmen weren't grain-mist people, sniper bullets weren't so easy to dodge. However, looking at Roy following him, and at the increasingly valiant Oliveira, he felt he'd handled things well. Roy had already reached him. He raised his hand to greet Gary Mills before turning to the dual swordsman, saying, "You ran fast, I almost couldn't catch you." The swordsman was masked, so his expression was obscured, but his tone was clearly hostile. "Did you have to be so ruthless?" Roy replied, "I still prefer your arrogant demeanor from earlier. I can also show you that the extraordinary are extraordinary, and fighting to the death can lead to death. Haha, I look forward to you making me go all out." The dual swordsman finally raised his swords, the blades bearing numerous nicks, but covered in crimson battle aura, making the two swords appear like blood-red light. Roy gripped the hilts again, the dawnlight trembled, mock rings swirled around him, the air was stirred, and at first glance, it looked like an extended white blade. His left hand was fully loaded with fury bullets, the magic runes glowing, ready to be unleashed. The next second, the two clashed again. This time, knowing it was a certain death, the dual swordsman went all out, unleashing his extraordinary power to its fullest extent. The black figure shifted and changed, appearing and disappearing in an instant, elusive and unpredictable manner. Streams of crimson battle aura transformed into straight sword beams, sometimes shooting out, sometimes undulating. From a distance, he appeared like a hedgehog, impossible to approach. Yet, Luo Yi relentlessly closed in, even pressing forward. The dawn rapier, wrapped in a mock ring, clashed without hesitation with the crimson battle aura, each time causing the aura to explode and the mock ring to shatter. But the next second, both the crimson battle aura and the mock ring would reappear. Then they would collide and clash again, the clanging and clashing sounds incessant, as dense as a storm. This time, Luo Yi didn't choose to fire. The muzzle of his gun, radiating fury, was more like a venomous snake in the darkness, lurking for an opportunity to strike. Each time the gun barrel protruded, the dual swordsman had to divert most of his attention to it. But it was also at this moment that Luo Yi launched her attack with her rapier. In this battle, the two were truly evenly matched, fighting fiercely and evenly. It could even be said that Luo Yi had pushed her strength to its limit, aside from her talent Divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat. This was also the first time Luo Yi was absolutely certain that the hero template could indeed fight across ranks. Luo Yi enjoyed this battle, but the dual swordsman's expression grew increasingly grim. Even the battle aura of a third-tier transcendent was not inexhaustible, let alone his crimson battle aura, whose advantages and disadvantages were very obvious. He knew he couldn't drag it out any longer, otherwise, he might not even be able to take someone down with him. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp, and a huge crimson flame ignited around him. Then, disregarding defense, he lunged forward at top speed, like a madman. The crimson battle aura on his two short swords was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at them, transforming into countless sharp blades that shattered the surroundings. Luo Yi wasn't afraid either. He activated his sixth layer of defensive force field again, unleashing a devastating slash that sent countless white energy blades whistling as they swept across. He also unleashed his rage bullets, each armor-piercing round ignoring even the protective aura. The two crossed paths, back to back, and then everything abruptly stopped. The dual swordsman turned, his neck slashed open, air leaking with every breath, blood gushing out like it was free. His heart had a gaping hole, open from front to back, only half of it still beating. In this state, unless a pope of some church cast a supreme divine spell, the great resurrection, he was certain to die. Yet he still stubbornly refused to fall, staring intently at Luo Yi. Only after confirming the wound on Luo Yi's arm did he grin wildly. His eyes flashed with joy, madness, mockery. He knew he was doomed. Even if he could defeat Luo Yi, he couldn't defeat Gary Mills. Therefore, his desperate gamble relied entirely on underhanded tactics. The dagger that wounded Luo Yi's arm was coated with an extremely potent poison. Even a tiny scratch would be fatal. He was mocking Luo Yi for wanting to die with him. Luo Yi saw his arm, even noticing the wound had turned black, the poison practically tangible, spreading into his body. Even pure battle aura struggled to withstand it. However, he reacted quickly, reaching for his dimensional pouch, pulling out a potion, and pouring it directly into his mouth. The black poison dissipated visibly, dripping from the wound. The potion, made primarily from the gall of a basilisk, was indeed a powerful antidote. See Chapter 76. The dual swordsman finally fell, dying with his eyes wide open in resentment. Luo Yi patted his chest, feeling he had learned another trick. There were too many ways to kill, and strength alone wasn't enough to guarantee anything. Therefore, he had to be careful, and even more careful in the future. Just then, the wind howled, and Olivera arrived, landing beside Luo Yi. A severed hand lay on the ground, the cut clean and fresh, clearly severed directly. The pink muscles were still twitching, the fingers twitching, and a black gemstone ring on it was strikingly conspicuous. Luo Yi glanced at it, then immediately looked at Olivera and asked, "Teacher, are you alright?" "I'm fine, it's just a pity he got away." Olivera had already deactivated the divine psi, behemoth state. The inexplicable pressure was gone, but his breathing was somewhat unstable, and his face was slightly pale. And this arm, torn from his body. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless, cutting off his own arm to survive, otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped. Olivera lowered his head, looked at Luo Yi, and suddenly knelt on one knee, his face filled with shame. "This battle was my fault for being careless. I almost let you be assassinated. I'm willing to accept punishment." Luo Yi quickly helped him up. "It was probably my arrogance and complacency. No one expected that among the extraordinary experts who came this time, there would be such a master." He paused, then changed the subject. "Now it seems that the one who blew up the cathedral was Baron Marcus. He's quite audacious." "You're mistaken about that," a voice came from the side, and Gary Mills strode over. He was still dressed in his cowboy attire, the gold and silver pistols at his waist exceptionally conspicuous. As he walked, he said, "This is just a side affair. The Hall of Governors is where the real masters gather. Even if the Marcus family has a deep foundation, they can't produce so many extraordinary experts. Therefore, these people are probably from their backing organization, the Old Nobles Union. Of course, they also have a cover name, the Twilight Hermitage. They claim to protect the last glory of the nobility. 500 monthly votes, extra chapter added." Chapter 107, Luo Yi's Guess. The Old Noble Union, the Twilight Hermitage. The unfamiliar names uttered by Gary Mills didn't bother him much, but Olivera's expression changed. He asked, "Are you sure it's the Twilight Hermitage?" Gary Mills looked at him with a hint of amusement. "Looks like you know about this organization." Olivera didn't speak, but his face was grim. Luo had Deep Blue searched the database, but couldn't find any information on the name, so he couldn't help but say, "Stop, stop, stop. Can you stop playing games? You know, but I don't. Can you tell me what this Twilight Hermitage is?" Olivera didn't speak, but looked at Gary Mills. He wasn't good with words and was afraid he wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Gary Mills and Olivera were acquainted, and knowing his character, Gary automatically took over the conversation, saying, "Like I just said, they claim to be the guardians of the last glory of the nobility. As far as I know, this Twilight Order hasn't been around for very long, at least not compared to those secret societies that have been passed down for centuries. However, their strength is considerable. Almost all their members are high-ranking nobles, their identities unknown, but the power they wield is likely beyond imagination." Lloyd asked, "Wait, I want to ask, is this order unique to the Habsburg Empire, or is it spread throughout the old world?" Gary Mills replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's spread throughout the old world. Just having one within the empire isn't enough to make it a major power." A thought flashed through Lloyd's mind, and she asked again, Isn't it true that its founding date is actually very close to the time when the Habsburg Empire promoted magical machinery? Now it was Gary Mill's turn to be stunned. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. That's right, during the years when the Habs Empire promoted magical machinery, traces of the Twilight Hermitage's activities emerged. He looked up and asked, "Are the two related?" Loy looked at Gary Mill's curious face, opening his mouth several times but uttering no word. Gary Mills continued, "Is it something I can't say?" "It's not that I can't say, but this is just my personal speculation," Loy replied, pausing before continuing. "The future of the Empire belongs to magical machinery, that's beyond doubt. It will change not only the mode of warfare, but also the social system, and even the entire old worlds. Jiju, a concept encompassing both structure, pattern, and overall structure." Seeing the dismissive expressions on Olivera and Gary Mill's faces, these were such grand pronouncements, and who could know what the future held? Loy paused, then reorganized his thoughts and rephrased his statement. He asked, "Professor Gary, you can't deny that the Empire has spared no effort in promoting magical machinery, right?" "Of course. Don't be fooled by the fact that Philint Magic Academy has 2 mage towers. In terms of status, the magical machinery mechanics at the Moonstone Mage Tower far surpass the traditional mages at the Ancient Spirit Mage Tower. That's the confidence the Empire gives them, but the development of magical machinery requires certain conditions. For example, you need enough workers, preferably workers with a certain level of magical power. Therefore, the Empire spares no effort in promoting magic academies and training professionals. And then there's the need for sufficient raw materials, which requires mining, extraction, building enough magical factories, and trying various directions, and all of this requires encroaching on land, mineral deposits, forests, and other resources. Who do you think originally owned these resources? Of course, the nobles." Gary Millston was stunned, or rather, dumbfounded, while Olivera also seemed thoughtful. Loy continued, "So, with the promotion of magical machinery, the nobles only saw the downsides, not the benefits. It was the Empire seizing their power. Therefore, some nobles chose to resist. Openly, of course, wouldn't work, but the Hermitage, who knows who's in their ranks? These people hiding in the shadows are causing trouble everywhere, using all sorts of means to hinder the implementation of imperial policies, and then, the unrest in Auckland occurred. These were all Loy's guesses, but driven by self-interest, he believed his guesses, while not entirely wrong, were certainly accurate. Turning his head, he even looked at Olivera and asked, "Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, Earl Raymond is also a member of the Twilight Hermitage, isn't he?" Olivera opened his mouth, then remained silent. But saying nothing was enough. Loy added, "Perhaps that's why I'm being targeted by both sides, sometimes killed, sometimes spared. Of course, there are some things I haven't figured out yet." He paused, then turned to look into the distance. There, in the heart of Auckland, where the governor's hall is located, the sounds and aftershocks of the battle have intensified. They've even drowned out the duel between the Church of the Sun and the Church of the Seven Gods in the Temple District. Loy heard the roars of demons, the dying howls, and the sounds of collisions and explosions echoing each other. He could also smell blood, sulfur, and various foul odors in the wind. Of course, all of this paled in comparison to what he saw with his own eyes. As far as the eye could see, he could witness the radiant glow of battle aura soaring into the sky, the dazzling brilliance of magic, and the continuous stream of secret techniques, their vibrant colors painting the heavens red. But each appearance of light was accompanied by a roar, a tremor, and an earthquake. The fighting there was incredibly fierce. Turning abruptly, Luoyu looked at Gary Mills and said, "Professor Gary, I want to go take a look, is that alright?" Gary Mills whirled around, staring at him with disbelief. "Are you crazy? We're trying to hide from this scene, and you actually want to go up there? Don't think that just because you just killed 2 extraordinary combatants, you can do whatever you want and be so arrogant." Gary Mills almost couldn't finish his sentence. A second-tier warrior killing a third-tier warrior, and 2 of them at that, was indeed beyond his capabilities. Luoyu quickly said, "Teacher Gary, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to join in the fun, but to find a high place to watch the battle. This is a chaotic battle at the extraordinary level, on such a large scale, with countless experts present. It's probably rare in the old continent. Teacher Gary, aren't you really not curious at all?" "Curious about what?" "Curious about dogs fighting, who ends up with a mouthful of blood? And who will have the last laugh?" After a slight pause, Luoyu added, "I promise, I'll just watch, I won't get involved, okay? Gary Mills was still reluctant and looked at Oliveira, saying, I said, aren't you going to try and dissuade me? Oliveira said. I'm the captain of the guard. I'm only responsible for protection. I never interfere with my master's decisions. You? Gary Mills was speechless, then looked at Luo Yi and asked, are you really going? Luo Yi said, I just want to watch from a distance. I definitely won't go up there. I don't want to die. Teacher Gary, please, then, let's go. You have to admit, Gary Mills was somewhat curious, and he believed that given his choice of vantage point, it shouldn't be difficult. This thought made him restless, and he immediately said, follow me. With that, he looked around quickly, finding his destination and the route. He led the way, and Lui immediately followed, while Oliveira moved a little slower. This was because he had taken out a dimensional bag and stored the corpse and the severed hand inside. This dimensional bag was also purchased from the ancient spirit mage tower. The main reason Mrs. Linda firmly stood by Lloyd was because she had received substantial benefits. Gary Mills was very fast, his eyes gleaming like an eagle's, seeing darkness as day, often finding paths unknown to others. With Deep Blue guiding her, Luo Yi was actually quite capable, even managing to say, Professor Gary, we've been talking about the Twilight Order, but I haven't formally thanked you yet. Just now, if it weren't for your help, I'd probably be dead here. Gary Mills turned his head, somewhat annoyed, and said, good to know. In battle, life and death are fleeting. You have to use every means possible to survive and have a future. So, even against the weakest opponent, you must have the determination of a lion hunting a rabbit, using all your strength. Luo Yi nodded earnestly. I understand. Gary Mills looked slightly melancholy, but still said, since you appreciate my help this time, I'd like to ask you, how do you plan to repay me? Luo Yi was taken aback and asked, Professor Gary, what do you want? Gary Mills was silent for a moment, then said, I also want a promise from you. If, and I mean if one day I need your help. Luo Yi couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly and asked, Professor Gary, are you in some big trouble? No, that's not it. But life is always full of surprises. I just want to leave myself and Linda a way out. If that's the case, I can promise that as long as it's within my power, I will do my best. Gary turned his head, staring intently at Loy, and asked, so you're agreeing, a debt of gratitude is a debt for 1,000 years. Teacher, you saved my life, so when the time comes, I should repay you with my life. Good lad. Gary Mills' body trembled, and he turned back again. A moment later, a voice came from the wind. After this matter is over, when I have time, I should teach you the core of the Eagle Eye School, which is the making of those special bullets. Okay, Lloyd responded. At this moment, Oliveira had already arrived, and the three of them didn't say anything more. They weaved through the streets and alleys, leaping across rooftops, moving forward at an extremely fast speed, and finally reached the west of the city, where they climbed a spire. The buildings in Auckland are generally 2 stories high, except for some iconic buildings that are built very tall. For example, the Temple Church, the Seven Gods Bank, or Big Ben. Aside from that, only in the western part of the city, an area frequented by nobles and wealthy merchants, would high-rise buildings be constructed. At this point, they were climbing the spire built by a noble family. They climbed along the small windows in the wall until they reached the top, then entered the tower to gaze into the distance. Finally, the heart of Auckland, where the city hall is located, Elephant Square, came into view. Thank you Ren Hongayang for the 200-point donation. Chapter 108, The Treacherous Baron Marcus. Gary Mills, a professional sniper, found a spire that was indeed tall, offered a commanding view, and was completely unobstructed. Bathed in moonlight and the glow of clashing magical energy, the entire battlefield was clearly visible. More importantly, it was far enough from the battlefield that even the fiercest fighting wouldn't affect this location. Looking down from the sky, one could see that Elephant Square was now a ruin. The iconic statue of Knight Elephant Marcus was shattered into countless pieces, scattered across the ground. The pedestal, inscribed with the names of ancestors, had been uprooted, seemingly used as a weapon, crushing several werewolves. There were also countless corpses, werenters, demons, humans, undead, monsters, all were present. Yet, none of this seemed to affect the ongoing battle. The fighting appeared endless. Loy squinted, carefully observing, and noticed something truly strange about the 2 sides in the battle. The ruling hall was destroyed, reduced to utter ruins, but the demon altar at its center remained standing. The light of the abyss even illuminated the surrounding darkness, and demons stepped out, entering the battlefield. Their primary force consisted of berserker demons. These muscle-bound demons loved to smash any enemy with spiked clubs, and even in the abyss, they were considered a formidable warrior race. Besides them, there were also snake demons with human bodies, snake tails, and 4 arms. Their arms were covered in snake scales, each wielding a long sword. When the 4 swords swung, all that could be seen was the flashing of blades. Coupled with a pervasive abyssal power, 3 or 5 of them gathered together dared to cut down even transcendent beings. Of course, the most astonishing were the 4-armed snake demons in the circle. They actually put down their swords and picked up magical firearms. Although they were rifles with the longest range, each snake demon could use 2. Loading, raising, aiming, firing. The speed and accuracy showed they were no novice fighters. Besides these, there were several fire demons creating fireballs and scattering them everywhere. 2 succubi, flapping their wings, hovered in midair, wielding long whips to maintain formation. It could be said that the orderly fighting and charging of these chaotic demon species was thanks to these succubi. Or perhaps they were equipped with demon overseers to maintain morale. However, demon overseers were extremely few in number and too powerful. Even demon lords wouldn't readily deploy them unless a large demon army was mobilized. But this particular demon squad must be an elite force under some demon lord, otherwise, they wouldn't be so well trained. Yes, don't be fooled by their seemingly chaotic appearance. For chaotic and evil demons, they were already quite well trained. In other words, Lord Dorji Petrovich must have a deep connection with some demon lord of the abyss. What, you ask where Dorji is? He's right next to the abyss teleportation array, the large sofa still intact, with an exquisite round table in front of him, tea, and snacks. He sat there sipping tea and enjoying some snacks, his tall and composed figure accentuated by his imperial black military uniform. Even if Luo Yi disliked this man, he had to admit that he possessed a steely, bloodthirsty aura reminiscent of a battlefield strewn with corpses. As for the demon legion's enemies, the dark werewolves were all dead. No matter how ferocious they were nothing but a bunch of pushovers before demons even more ferocious than themselves. The 3 summoning gates were still open, but no dark werewolves dared to approach. Therefore, the demon legion's opponents had become some extraordinary powerhouses. They were almost uniformly dressed in black cloaks, their standardized magical equipment not only demonstrating the Twilight Hermitage's strength but also concealing their identities. Luo Yi had noticed this during his previous battle with those 2 extraordinary individuals. No matter how fiercely they fought or how badly they were injured, they never revealed their faces. However, their professions were diverse. There were knights with immense strength, although they had no mounts, they wielded greatswords. Their aura slashes capable of shattering everything. There were also the magic gunners, not as skilled as Gary Mills, but their coordination of gun and sword was adept, clearly trained in Hayes's gun and sword techniques. Then there were the mages, true elemental mages, summoning various water elementals, water spheres, waterfalls, and torrents, creating a formidable spectacle. Of course, leading the charge were a dozen or so earth elemental giants who had risen to their feet. This was the work of a transcendent mage specializing in earth magic. A massive magic circle descended around him, and each time an earth elemental giant was shattered, he would summon another. Controlling 12 earth elemental giants was quite strenuous for him, his face was pale, and he frequently downed a potion. However, you can't deny that these earth elementals attracted the attention of most of the berserker demons. Of course, all of the above was relatively normal. Besides these, there were some abnormal ones, such as the vampires who transformed into swarms of bats and used blood magic. There was also the necromancer, whose black cloak barely held up, who with a wave of his hand summoned a group of skeleton minions and 2 skeletal dragons. There was also a headless death knight, riding a nightmare horse with hooves burning in hellfire, wielding a sword of death, roaming freely. Whether this thing was a summoned creature or someone's disguise was truly unclear. But the most unique was actually a demon mage, who had also summoned several powerful demons to join the battle. Demons fighting demons, it looked chaotic, but it was actually perfectly normal. This chaotic battle couldn't be described as exciting, it was utterly a mess. Even though Luo Yi had already given up hope on the bottom line of the world's nobles, he still felt that the bottom line could be lowered even further. In such a battlefield, even if a transcendent being got involved, it was hard to say whether they could escape unscathed. One wrong move, and they could be killed on the spot. However, Just as he was watching with great interest, the battlefield seemed to be suddenly paused. The Demon Legion was still roaring, but under the urging of the two succubi, they had to stop and retreat. Even stranger, the Twilight Hermitage's extraordinary warriors also chose to cease fighting, retreat, and remain on guard around the perimeter. A man. An old man, dressed in noble attire, with a full head of white hair and holding a cane, simply walked into the battlefield. It's hard to describe the feeling. Even amidst the smoke and carnage, his nobility, elegance, and disdain remained undiminished. He walked right up to the Demon Legion and said, "Dolgier, won't you come out and greet us?" Dolgier finally stood up. With a single stride, his figure moved like an arrow, leaving a trail of energy as he approached. "Baron Marcus, I truly didn't expect you to have the audacity to appear here personally." Dolgier paced back and forth, his posture ramrod straight, as if examining something extraordinary. Baron Marcus showed no displeasure, laughing as he said, "Of course I had to come to see you off on your final journey. Otherwise, how could I bear to see you die with your eyes wide open, die with your eyes wide open?" "You mean me?" "Hairhead, hell, are you kidding me?" Dolgier's laughter was icy cold. "Since I dared to set this trap, do you think you can still win? I only know that in the face of absolute strength, all so-called schemes and tricks are a joke. With the lineup I've brought out, so many experts, do you think these demons can cause much trouble? Strength isn't something you boast about, you only know it after you've fought. So, you came here just to spout this nonsense. What do you think?" Baron Marcus suddenly raised his head, adopting the standard aristocratic posture, looking down on everyone. In the distance, atop the spire, Gary Mills' eyes transformed into eagle eyes, fixed intently on the lips of the two men, speaking simultaneously. The two tones constantly overlapped, not only the content but even the intonation perfectly mimicking theirs. Gary Mills's combination of eagle eye and lip reading was truly remarkable, drawing frequent glances from Oliveira. Meanwhile, Roy, listening to the real-time translation and watching the distant battlefield, was incredibly excited. "Oh my, this is king versus king. I didn't expect these two to do this. I wonder if they'll actually fight." Lord Dorji is a superhuman, from the military, I know that. And Baron Marcus, could he also be a master? Fight, that's great. "Let me see who's stronger," he muttered to himself, but then, as if seeing something, his expression froze, and he asked, "Huh, what's that?" Just at the edge of his vision, beside the demon altar, a gray mist suddenly appeared, and a figure materialized. With everyone's attention drawn to what was ahead, he abruptly swung his sword. Though the battle aura was invisible, its destructive power was considerable, splitting the altar in two and shattering the portal. At that moment, a terrifying roar seemed to come from within the portal, as a stone was thrown from afar. It must have been just a random stone he picked up, but it hurtled through the air like a meteorite crashing to earth, even igniting flames. The gray mist figure dodged quickly, but was still grazed, a spray of blood rising. His objective had been achieved, the portal to the abyss was destroyed. At that moment, Loy's gaze shifted, landing on Baron Marcus, and she couldn't help but mutter, "That old bastard, he's fucking cunning." Without the portal, there was no follow-up demonic support, even though the demons on the field were definitely not weak. They were now like rootless duckweed. Lord Dorji Petrovich's defeat in this battle seemed inevitable. "Yesterday was the day I received the most monthly votes. Thank you everyone. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 109, Under the Firepower, All Are Equal. On the spire, Gary Mills had stopped his simultaneous interpretation and abruptly turned to look at Loy, asking, "So, Baron Marcus did it on purpose, deliberately luring Lord Dorji away. Then, he sent that assassin to destroy the demon altar." Loy nodded, saying, "Isn't that obvious? You nobles, your hearts are truly filthy." Loy paused for a moment, then immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not a noble, don't include me." Saying this, he looked at Oliveira and asked, "Was that assassin a Grey Mistman?" Oliveira slowly shook her head, "No, but they practice the same clandestine profession. They should come from the same place as the Grey Mistman. This Twilight Order is filled with all sorts of forces, it's hard to distinguish them." Gary Mills quickly patted Loy again, saying, "They're fighting again. It seems the royalists are going to lose this time." Roy shook his head, saying, "It's hard to say, even now, how can they possibly turn the tide? It's useless to say anything now. Just watch, just watch. I don't believe that Dorji's tricks are all there are." He stopped speaking and stared intently at the battlefield. Now that the demon altar had been destroyed, no more demons were arriving. However, if you thought the remaining demons were easy to deal with, you'd be laughing. Baron Marquez, having achieved his goal, immediately began to retreat, trying to get away from the battlefield. But Lord Dorji, enraged, raised his hand and threw a punch. The force of his punch formed an invisible yet tangible ball of energy, directly striking Marquez. He was actually a rare martial artist. Martial artists, derived from the legendary monk class, don't cultivate battle ki, but focus on comprehending the power of ki, yet they don't abide by those complex precepts. In other words, they don't receive the extra benefits from the precepts, but they delve into the techniques of unarmed combat and close quarters fighting. At the second tier, they would fiercely settle battles with their fists, specializing in ground techniques and joint locks. However, at this stage, they were at a disadvantage against well-armored knights. Only at the third tier, when their aura could leave their bodies and be enhanced, did their combat power increase significantly. Just like now, with a single punch and kick, he sent the two guardian knights who came to their aid staggering. Fighting 2 against 1, he not only held his own but even forced the enemy to constantly roar and call for help from his companions. It wasn't until 3 extraordinary beings surrounded him, especially with the elusive shadow assassin, that his momentum was halted. However, while Dorji was strong, his demons were no match for him. Without a constant stream of reinforcements, the Twilight Hermitage's extraordinary beings no longer held back, they charged in and began one-on-one combat. When these extraordinary beings began to unleash their killing intent, frequently using various high-powered combat techniques, the demons, though still frenzied, struggled to maintain their formation. At this moment, the clear distinction between the two sides was gone, replaced by a chaotic melee. However, just as the Twilight Order seemed to have gained a decisive advantage and was about to end the battle, a sudden change occurred. Dorji suddenly went berserk, ignoring the Shadow Assassin's attacks, letting out a low growl, gathering a massive amount of ki, and slamming it onto the ground. A violent shockwave swept up dust, spreading outwards like a tidal wave, unstoppable in its path. Even the 3 surrounding transcendents felt a powerful surge and were forced to retreat and steady themselves. At that moment, from within the rising dust, a magical firework ascended into the sky, exploding in the darkness and transforming into the banner of the Habsburg Empire, lingering for a long time. What was happening? This was probably the thought in many people's minds, and it wouldn't be long before they knew. In the slums east of the city, as the magical firework exploded, magical crystal lamps lit up in the darkness. A bright yet soft light illuminated the sky, a dozen crystal lamps lighting up a large area as if it were daytime. The houses, pieced together from dilapidated wooden planks, collapsed in all directions, revealing busy figures inside. They appeared to be dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, but their powerful, ruthless, and well-trained aura was impossible to conceal. And what they were handling were, unmistakably, magical cannons. The black barrels gleamed with a metallic sheen, their muzzles pointing directly towards the governor's hall. A group of artillerymen disguised as civilians immediately loaded shells, measured wind speed, and fine-tuned the angle. Having done all this, they looked to the side at the general in his black uniform, with his blond hair, cold expression, and eyes that seemed to gleam with bloodlust. They were waiting for his command. And the general didn't keep them waiting long, issuing his orders directly. Fire in unison. Empty the shells you brought. Let me see how long these so-called extraordinary beings could withstand this barrage. Yes, sir. The response was perfectly synchronized, brimming with power. Then, without hesitation, they placed their hands on the magic cannons, channeling magic power, illuminating magic runes, and causing magic crystals to gleam. Finally, flames soared into the sky. Boom 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 boom. In that instant, countless magic cannons spewed fire from their muzzles, the deafening roar echoing through the air. At that moment, the iron-blooded general stood before the cannon fire, feeling the awe-inspiring power. He looked up, closed his eyes, reached out, and inhaled the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. What extraordinary powerhouses, what demonic monsters, under my cannon fire, all beings are equal. Ha 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 ha, a wild laugh escaped his lips, He seemed like a madman facing the world head-on, yet he was enough to instill fear in countless people. After one round of shelling, the second round of loading and firing naturally followed, then the third, fourth, and fifth rounds. They said they'd use up all the shells, and they really meant it. In the distance, Spire, Roy, and the other two witnessed this scene. They were all stunned, even forgetting to breathe. No one was more familiar with magic cannons than Gary Mills, so he knew perfectly well that it was definitely a medium-sized magic cannon used on the battlefield. It was probably a 152mm caliber 100-pound cannon. Its power was simply outrageous. Were extraordinary powerhouses powerful? Of course. Long ago, they were battlefield weapons of mass destruction, capable of deciding the outcome of a small-scale war single-handedly. But under the magic cannon, they were nothing more than meat on a chopping block. Everything unfolded exactly as Gary Mills had imagined. As fireworks exploded in midair, a shrill whistling sound rang out, and the exploding shells shattered everything. These active-duty Imperial soldiers also displayed exceptional artillery skills. The shells only covered Alpha Square and the Governor's Hall. Even after repeated bombardments, the roar continued unabated, seemingly without end. Of course, such intense bombardment inevitably affected the surrounding area. However, the Seven Gods Bank activated a magical protective field, blocking the aftershocks and remaining unscathed. Other buildings collapsed piece by piece, like scraps of paper. As for the extraordinary powerhouses within, they displayed exceptional qualities. Many chose to flee at the moment of impending doom. Unfortunately, Dorji's timing was extremely clever, coinciding with the chaos of battle. Even if they wanted to escape, they would have to ask the demon's permission. A crimson halo spread out, ignoring the artillery fire, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Under the bloodlust spell of the mass demons, reason had vanished from their eyes, leaving only madness. These demons cared not for themselves, only for their enemies. Although they could only delay for a moment, that brief delay allowed the shells to fall on everyone's heads. Thus, under the barrage of artillery fire, even the most powerful beings either unleashed their fighting spirit, using their last resort to hold on, or threw out magical scrolls and protective items, desperately trying to gain an advantage. Perhaps some possessed rare teleportation scrolls, but they were extremely rare. At this moment, watching this scene unfold, even more images flashed through Luo Yi's mind. He remembered the Imperial 7th Mixed Legion outside the city. This legion had entered the city to maintain order, setting up cannons on the city walls. By the time Luo Yi returned from the sea, they had already withdrawn. But now, thinking back, those magical cannons must have been left behind back then. He remembered Baron Marquis's various actions. The Divine Grace Festival disaster was meticulously orchestrated by him, and every subsequent step, every event in Auckland, proceeded according to his will. He thought he had calculated everything, but in reality, it was only Lord Dorji who made him believe that. He also thought of Lord Dorji Petrovich, a man known for his decisive and ruthless actions, whose performance after the Festival of Divine Grace had been quite lackluster and disappointing. It seemed he was only able to remain there because of the imperial family's trust. He appeared inactive regarding the public opinion in Auckland. But in reality, that was merely a show of weakness, allowing Baron Marcus to become arrogant and complacent. Later, with Jis's arrest, their plot might be exposed. Thus, the tide turned, a dramatic rise and fall, utter madness. Therefore, Dorji never cared about a mere baron. He wanted to deal with the Twilight Order. Regardless of how many old nobles had joined the Twilight Order, or how powerful they were, this round alone had resulted in the loss of so many extraordinary beings. They would all be devastated. At this moment, amidst the raging gunfire, Loy suddenly wanted to retract his previous assessment. Compared to Lord Dorji, Baron Marquis's cunning was nothing. At this moment, the first to speak was surprisingly Oliveira. Perhaps because he had already witnessed it, his resilience far surpassed that of Loy. Therefore, at this moment, he calmly stated, "This is why the Habsburg Empire can intimidate the old continent, and this is why those old nobles fear it. On the battlefield, under the fire of cannons, all beings are equal." His voice was surprisingly calm, yet even Loy, who was mentally prepared, trembled. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, never having been to a battlefield. He had only seen such scenes in movies. At this moment, he truly felt it. Even the double-layered snake-scale armor with its six-fold deflection force field was somewhat insufficient. Also at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, He saw a flash of magical light beneath the spire, and a figure staggered out. That person was none other than Lord Dorji Petrovich. Perhaps this is what I wanted to write: overwhelming firepower, even extraordinary beings must kneel. Chapter 110, The Truth. Lord Dorji Petrovich was clearly a ruthless man, ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. He was truly alone here, acting as the biggest bait, luring Baron Marcus into his meticulously laid trap. Of course, no matter how ruthless he wasn't prepared to lose his life here. So, he had prepared a teleportation scroll well in advance and quickly left at the crucial moment. However, the landing point chosen by the teleportation scroll wasn't very good. At this moment, Olivera and Gary Mills almost instinctively ducked back into the spire, then couldn't help but exchange a glance. The message exchanged in their eyes was clear: should we pretend we didn't see anything? Or pretend we didn't see anything? Or pretend we didn't see anything? This man was too ruthless, and they had seen too much. If he held a grudge, he might make things difficult for them at any time. However, just as the two were exchanging glances, they suddenly realized that it seemed there was one person missing from the spire. Gary spoke up. "Where's Roy?" Olivera replied blankly. "Yeah, where's he?" The two stood up almost simultaneously, looking down to see Roy already there, sword and spear in hand, blocking Dorji's path. Below the spire, Roy and Dorji faced each other, neither speaking immediately, but exchanging glances and scrutinizing each other. They had never seen each other before, yet a single look was enough for them to recognize one another. Roy bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency, you are Roy Roy Fitz." "That's me." Dorji straightened up, beginning to straighten his clothes and hair, his back ramrod straight. He wasn't in good shape, his body bore the marks of smoke and fire, and a sword wound on his thigh was raw and bleeding. But this did not affect his composure as consul. "So, the men Baron Marcus sent to you have been dealt with?" Roy nodded. 3 extraordinary beings came, 2 dead and 1 with a severed arm. "I must thank you for reminding me, allowing me to prepare. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome." Dorji gave Roy a deep look and asked, "Just more troublesome?" Roy emphasized, "Just a little. I didn't misjudge you, but what do you intend to do by blocking my way now?" Roy smiled. "There are some things I haven't figured out, so I wanted to ask." Dorji smiled disdainfully. "You want to ask, so I'm going to tell you? Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Roy said. "What if we add them to the mix?" Just then, another figure descended from the sky, landing behind Roy. He stood there, his aura restrained, causing Dorji's expression to stiffen. What frustrated him even more was that a spear protruded from the spire. Although no one showed themselves, Dorji knew who it was and dared not make any rash moves. He paused, then asked, "How did you find this place?" Roy pointed to the spire. "If I said it was purely a coincidence that this place was suitable for watching the battle, would you believe me?" Dorji was silent for a moment before saying, "I believe you, because I chose this teleportation point myself. No one else knew about it. So, ask whatever you want." Roy narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm very curious, why did you want to kill me?" "Once at Woolly Aaron, once on the Day of Divine Grace, and once on Guano Island. That's 3 times you tried to kill me, but later, you actually had Miller Petrovich remind me. I just don't understand this, just for that. It's not that your excellency might laugh at me, but being constantly targeted like this makes me uneasy. I have to find out." "That makes sense." Dorji thought for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I didn't know about the Woolly Aaron incident. However, I instructed him to acquire and suppress the Marcus family's businesses, because I need to continuously suppress the old nobles to put pressure on Baron Marcus and make the entire city of Auckland submit to my power. You acquired Maruna Marquis's property, thwarting Woolly's plan. He was afraid of my punishment, so he had to take a risk. However, I knew about the second time. Mary Aaron came to me, and I agreed to his intervention. The reason was simple. I was deceived by Baron Marcus and thought you were a member of the Twilight Order. So, rather than keeping you as a thorn in my side, it was better to remove you directly." Roy pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is it because Earl Raymond is also a member of the Twilight Order?" 9 out of 10 of the old nobles are. He arranged for you to be in Auckland, so I couldn't help but be suspicious. Baron Marcus took advantage of my suspicion and subtly guided me. In fact, Baron Marcus used the pirates to create the appearance of killing you that time, but ultimately he had to let you go. I just wanted you to go to Earl Raymond and plead your case, hoping he would give you more help. However, he messed up. And so did I, and at the time, I didn't realize it, which led to the third attack on Guano Island, but later, seeing your actions, spending money, acquiring shares, even starting your own magical machinery factory, these actions couldn't possibly be the work of the Twilight Order, and that's why I realized what was going on. As a remedy, before this deadly scheme, I sent Miller to warn you. I didn't want you to die in this chaos. I felt you could achieve even more. Loy smiled, but the smile lacked warmth, so I should thank you. I saw the machinery you made, the magical hammer forging machine. It's very good, extremely good. I've already submitted it to the cabinet through official channels. You might get a large order from the military. Isn't that enough? Actually, it's enough. Loy nodded, then said, I have one last question. Go ahead. What you've done, summoning demons within Auckland, even shelling it directly, will kill many people. Many people will suffer undeserved calamities. Don't you care at all? Lord Dorji looked at Loy as if you were an idiot. For the glory of the Empire, for the promotion of magical machinery, sacrifice is inevitable, if necessary. Even I am willing to die, but you still ran away. Why didn't you die there? Are you kidding me? My life is not the same as those people's lives. I have served the Empire. I have contributed to the royal family. Everything I have done is in accordance with the will of His Majesty the Emperor. Lord Dorji looked at Loy, his gaze growing increasingly strange. I thought you were a smart man before, but now I see you're just an idealist. Loy laughed. I have to admit, that was a rather stupid question. Alright, I've given you the answer you wanted. Now, leave. No, there's still one thing left. Loy looked directly at Lord Dorji, all the playful and angry expressions vanishing from his face, his cynicism completely gone. Only seriousness remained. I'm the kind of person who, if you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with even greater respect. But if someone wrongs me once, I'll get my revenge. You tried to kill me 3 times, but you also reminded me once that there was both a malice and goodwill involved. So let's duel. It's you and me, no one else will interfere. If you win, I'll let you go. Dorji felt like his ears were playing tricks on him. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll duel you, you win, I'll let you go. Roy repeated it again. Dorji was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter carried far, but the next second, he completely stopped, his face devoid of any smile, only coldness remaining. I'm a bit injured, but I'm still a 3rd-tier transcendent. Are you sure you want to fight me? Before Roy could speak, Olivera grabbed him, saying nothing, but her eyes said it all. If it really came to killing, he'd do it. Loy looked back at him and said, this is my decision. Trust me. Olivera took a deep breath, released his grip, and even stepped back a short distance. Loy looked at Dorji again. I know what I'm saying, and I know what I'm doing. So, I'll fight you. If you win, you can leave, and we'll call it even. If you lose, I'll give you the death of an imperial hero. Dorji's lips twitched, but looking into Loy's eyes, he finally nodded. That's fine, but even if I win, this isn't over. Suit yourself, then let's begin. Begin. There was nothing more to say, so Dorji raised his fist, and a strange aura gathered there. It had no specific form, but you could feel a power filling his fists, enough to shatter stone and break metal. Loy took a deep breath, gripped his sword, and layers of mock rings extended, transforming into a humming sword cry. The magical runes on his left hand, radiating fury, lit up, the crystals shimmering, as if smoke were billowing. But this wasn't over yet. Thump. 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 A violent heartbeat resounded, like the pounding of drums, or the stomping of a giant beast, ripples spreading outwards from Luo Yi, an inexplicable pressure filling the air. Secret sacred technique, divine sigh, giant beast heartbeat. Luo Yi finally revealed his trump card. The rapid increase in his pure battle ki over the past few days was enough to support him in using this talent for some time. This time, he would truly go all out. Just a little bit more monthly votes? Chapter 111, The Way an Imperial Hero Died. Men are strange creatures sometimes. They can be incredibly forgiving of many mistakes, but they'll also relentlessly pursue the truth, the root of their obsession. The truth Dorji told him wasn't unexpected for Loy, especially after learning of the Twilight Order's existence. He'd vaguely sensed many things. However, he still stepped forward, still wanting an answer from Dorji. And when he appeared before Lord Dorji, it was clear this meeting wouldn't end peacefully. If you insist on knowing why? Simply put, Loy didn't dare gamble. He didn't dare gamble on Dorji's magnanimity, nor on whether such a high-ranking person would retaliate later. So, while he genuinely disapproved of Dorji's ruthless methods, he also genuinely wanted to settle things once and for all. Because Divine Psi, Beast Heartbeat consumes a huge amount of pure battle ki, even though Roy had consciously increased his battle ki accumulation during this period, it still wasn't enough to sustain his use for long. Therefore, in this battle, he chose to take the initiative. Under the swift as the wind talent, adrenaline surged, and everything in sight seemed to slow down dramatically. Roy continued to pave the way with his sky-piercing slash, followed by fireballs in himself. The triple attack was like a phantom, its speed reaching its peak. Lord Dorji, however, chose to smash everything with his iron fists. His fists, imbued with ki, were comparable to 100 times forged weapon, crushing the sky-piercing slash and the fireballs, finally clashing head-on with Changxi Rapier. Roy's Dawn Rapier, a rare magical weapon, was forged from mithril infused with amalgam, ultimately imbued with 5 layers of sharpness. This combination of effects made it virtually indestructible, even a knight's plate armor could be pierced with a single strike. Yet, even so, it was blocked by a pair of fists. Of course, Roy could also sense that the sword's edge didn't collide with flesh, but was instead blocked by a seemingly thin yet incredibly resilient force, then rebounded. Roy's moves became incredibly fast, almost instantaneous. Using the rebound force, she unleashed her skill again. A series of V-shapes flashed continuously, the speed increasing until finally, all you could see was sword light, no human figure. Dorji was astonished, he hadn't expected his opponent to possess such formidable skills. This power, speed, swordsmanship, and even the combination of magic-powered firearms attacks were truly overwhelming. Yet, he maintained his dignity as a third-tier transcendent. He wasn't simply defending, he was also attempting counterattacks. His fists unleashed bursts of detached energy that exploded upon hitting any obstacle. He tried to exploit Roy's weaknesses, closing the distance before using joint blocks. However, if his speed was as swift as an eagle, Roy's techniques were as unpredictable as a snake. Her body twisted and turned wildly, constantly changing direction, always managing to evade her grasp. The battle between the two sides reached a climax from the very beginning, a back-and-forth exchange of deadly blows, the speed increasing rapidly. Accompanied by the clash of swords, the gunshots, the clanging of weapons, and the roars, their fight resembled a full-blown war. On the spire, Gary Mills, who had initially been watching the spectacle, his eagle eyes darting about, quickly picking up on the movements of both fighters. However, as their speed increased, his expression darkened. Even he felt their movements were excessively fast. Then, his expression changed drastically as the two figures lurched and crashed into the spire. He scrambled to his feet as if his backside was on fire, leaping from the top of the spire, landing and rolling several times before regaining his balance. Before he could even stand, a deafening roar erupted as the spire tilted, collapsed, and crashed to the ground. Bricks flew, dust billowed, but this could not mask the resounding crash from the center. Until a swaying white blade of energy extended, and another sword slashed through, completely parting the dust. A figure stood there, arms crossed above his head, desperately trying to withstand the air-piercing slash, but his body had already been sent flying. Dorji was enveloped in dense energy, distorting the air, yet he still couldn't control his movement, only managing to stop his retreat after carving a deep furrow in the ground. But just as he was about to charge forward again, gunshots rang out. Bang 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 bang. A continuous barrage of flashes of fire forced Dorji to increase his energy output again. Visibly, bursts of ice and fire erupted around him, but that wasn't the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was the armor-piercing bullet. This kind of bullet didn't cause extra damage, but its armor-piercing ability was too strong. Dorji's body was practically tempered by 1,000 hammer blows, but it wasn't steel after all, and he couldn't take it head-on. However, Roy had specially mixed the types of bullets, and not knowing what kind of bullet the next one was, he had to spend a great deal of effort identifying it. Every time Roy ran out of bullets and needed to reload, a streak of air-piercing slash would come crashing down. The power of the charged air-piercing slash was now incomparable. Even Dorji felt as if countless sharp blades of air were cutting through his entire body. At this moment, Dorji even felt a pang of regret. Just now, knocking down the spire was intentional, because Gary Mills on top was simply too much of a threat. As long as Gary Mills remained high up, that faint lock-on would follow him, and even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. So, he intentionally knocked down the spire, but he didn't expect that this slight distraction would turn the previously evenly matched battle into a disadvantage. At this moment, Roy suddenly abandoned his magic-powered gun, his anger thrown aside. He suddenly gripped his sword with both hands and gave it a violent jolt. Instantly, the buzzing shriek became incredibly piercing, layers of mock rings pushed upwards, and the white airwave seemed almost tangible. The feeling was no longer that of Luo Yi holding a sword, but rather that he was grasping a tornado rising from afar. At this moment, Luo Yi stepped forward, charging, using a swift wind step to propel himself forward. The tornado raged, accompanied by a golden light that streaked across the sky, as if carrying a dazzling tail of flame. In that instant, Dorji also went mad. He clenched his fists, his remaining energy frantically gathering. His legs, like springs, propelled him forward with incredible speed, meeting the attack head-on. However, he hadn't taken more than a few steps before the sword light was already before him. Then, they collided, the sound of metal on metal echoing, exploding, blood splattering. Cough 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 cough. Luo Yi suddenly coughed violently, bending over, his face flushed red, accompanied by heavy gasps. It took him a long time to recover, the state of divine sigh, beast heartbeat had dissipated, and the inexplicable pressure had completely vanished. He appeared abnormally weak, his face pale, blood trickling from his mouth, and a large puddle of blood on the ground. Oliveira appeared before him in a flash, quickly downing several vials of potions. The potions surged through his body, and Loy felt much better. When he stood up again, his clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his double-layered snake-scale armor. 2 fist marks were clearly imprinted on the armor. Not only had the 6-fold deflection field been shattered, but many of the snake scales were also broken and mangled. This battle had forced Loy to return his hard-earned top-quality magical armor for repairs. Oliveira asked with concern, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. I'm a little injured, but it was all worth it." Yes, on the battlefield, trading injury for life is always worthwhile. Right behind Loy, Dorji was already kneeling on the ground. The dawn rapier had pierced his chest, and copious amounts of blood flowed down the blade, forming a pool on the ground. At this moment, Loy was no longer the same as before. The dawn rapier was enveloped in a trembling power. Once pierced through the heart, it would tear the wound open. Although Dorji appeared intact, his heart was shattered into 8 pieces. However, his extraordinary vitality was not fake. Even though Dorji knew he was going to die, he still struggled, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Only when Loy stood before Dorji did he manage to lift his head, blood streaming from his mouth, but he managed to speak with all his might. What you just said, does it still count?" Loy asked. "Which one are you referring to? Let me die as an imperial hero." Loy paused, then nodded. "Of course, then thank you. Although dying at your hands seems somewhat childish, I have ultimately completed the mission entrusted to me by the Empire. I have not failed the Empire's hopes, nor His Majesty the Emperor's trust." This seemed to be his last stand. He finished speaking in a hoarse voice, and then his head slumped completely. This meritorious hero of the Empire, this iron-blooded warrior, died so hastily. "Loy, you won? You actually won." Gary Mills ran over, looking at Loy with utter astonishment. "How did you do that? Tell me, how did you do it? Are you really a second-tier cultivator, you freak? You're a freak." You, Loy quickly said. "All right, Professor Gary, calm down, calm down. This is just a small matter, you know? Stay calm, calm down." "Yes, I should stay calm. But you have to understand, what you did is amazing, simply unbelievable." He changed the subject, his face now furrowed with worry. "However, you killed Dorji, so dealing with the aftermath will be too troublesome. It's alright, he's already taken care of." Saying this, Loy looked at Oliveira and said, "Professor, I'll have to trouble you again. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's flawless." With that, Oliveira stepped forward, drew the dawn rapier, and put Dorji's corpse back into his dimensional bag. With another blur, he had become a phantom, rushing towards the direction of the roaring artillery fire. However, Dorji wasn't the only one who escaped the barrage of attacks. Bonus Chapter. Chapter 112, White Terror. Outside Auckland, stands the Marcus family castle. Built on a cliff, though not particularly high, it's the highest point in the area, offering a commanding view. While not as bustling as Auckland, It's a symbol of power in the Marcus family's glory. For countless years, the head of the Marcus family has handled countless affairs within this castle. Until today, everything seems to crumble. Inside the castle, in the study, a six-pointed star array activates, magical light flashing, revealing a portal. Baron Marcus stumbles out, accompanied by a superhuman knight guarding him and a grey mist assassin. This grey mist assassin, presumably the one who destroyed the demon altar, is severely wounded, missing a leg, the stump jagged, bloodied, and bone exposed. However, superhumans have superhuman status. He manages to escape on one leg. In truth, they were lucky. After deceiving Dorji, Baron Marcus immediately retreated. He was a baron, and quite old at that, yet he lacked the awareness to fight on the front lines. This action saved his life. By the time the magical fireworks exploded, he was already out of the battlefield. This gave him time to activate the teleportation scroll he carried when the artillery fire raged. However, even after escaping, he was now in a frenzy, almost incredulous. Impossible, impossible. How dare Dorji? How dare he? This is the city, the downtown area. He dared to fire cannons directly. How can he explain this to the Empire? How can he explain this to His Majesty the Emperor? How could he do this? He had clearly lost all composure, roaring hysterically, unable to accept his defeat. But, in this world, misfortunes never come singly. Just then, the butler rushed in, shouting as he ran, "Master, master, something terrible has happened. There are officers from the garrison at the gate. They say, what did they say? They say the Marcus family is colluding with demons, intending to slaughter humanity, and they want to arrest you for crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity, also known as treason, are crimes comparable to national treason, and colluding with demons from the abyss?" Even though he was used to the treachery, lies, and distortions of the truth among nobles, Baron Marcus was so angry he almost laughed. Just as he was about to say something, a loud voice rang out, "Baron Marcus, I know you're inside. Now, obey my orders, lay down your weapons, surrender and you will not be killed." Marcus recognized the voice. It was the commander-in-chief of the city guard, the tribunal of Auckland, who had only risen to this position by virtue of the Marcus family's influence. And now, he dared to come here and shout? Baron Marcus straightened his posture, smoothed his hair, regained his noble bearing, and prepared to step out to have a serious discussion with the man. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the voice spoke again. "What? You dare resist arrest? You are defying imperial law, ignoring the rights of the city guards. You will face the Empire's resolute crackdown. Withdraw. Withdraw." These seemingly random words had barely left his lips when a group of city guards fled. Before Baron Marcus could react, the guardian knight beside him paled. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted, and the castle walls were subjected to a massive impact, sending earth and stone flying, trembling violently. One side, quivering, was on the verge of collapse. Of course, this castle, worthy of being the Marcus family's long-established stronghold, emitted beams of magical light after the attack, eventually enveloping the entire castle. Upon closer inspection, these were the fountains within the castle. At this moment, streams of multicolored water rose into the sky and poured down, forming a massive defensive force field like a water curtain. Cannonballs struck this multicolored water curtain, exploding into bursts of fire, and the entire castle trembled violently from the impact. This massive magical defensive force field was clearly no ordinary weapon, befitting the prestige of the entire baronial family. Yet, under the continuous bombardment, it remained teetering on the brink of collapse. Baron Marcus, witnessing the scene, was ashen-faced. He knew this meant certain death, and no chance for the Marcus family to continue. The extraordinary guardian knight immediately stepped forward, saying, "My lord, let me protect you as you leave." "Leave? No, I cannot leave. You go, live in anonymity, never mention the name Marcus again, and live a good life." With that, Baron Marcus staggered out of the study and headed towards the castle gate. His back was desolate and hunched. The guardian knight's face was grim, but in the end, he drew his sword, raised his aura defense, and stepped forward to give chase. A knight should uphold knightly honor. You can call him pedantic, but he is absolutely loyal. As for the grey mist man with a broken leg, he had long since vanished. That night, the Auckland City Guard received a tip from a concerned citizen that Baron Marcus was holding a demon summoning ritual and using it to besiege the governor's hall. This was a provocation against the Empire. So, the city guard requested the assistance of the Empire's 7th Mixed Legion. Magic cannons bombarded the castle for 2 full hours, completely reducing it to ruins. At 19 Lombard Street, on the 2nd floor, in the study, Roy slumped into a chair, letting out a long sigh, his whole body seemingly deflated, his shoulders slumped. That night, whether by choice or by force, he gained a clear understanding of his own combat strength. He believed that after this night, few would dare to act recklessly in front of him. Because, before him was a window, and outside the window, 2 wooden stakes stood before the door, with a corpse hanging on each side. Those were the corpses of 2 extraordinary beings, though unsightly, they were enough to instill fear in anyone. Footsteps approached, and Roy, without looking up, spoke, "Teacher Oliveira, is everything arranged? All done? That's good." At that moment, his gaze shifted upwards, looking again at the eastern horizon. There, the darkest hour had passed, and a faint light of dawn was appearing. This night had been incredibly long. But darkness always passes, and the sun rises as usual. Dawn finally broke, but the events of this night were not so easily forgotten. The governor's hall was gone, the Marcus family castle was gone, and for the next few days, Auckland was in a state of anarchy. But it was quiet. Very quiet. The dance troupe stopped all performances, the nobles' banquets were cancelled, and the Philint Magic Academy chose to close its campus. All students were required to remain on campus and were not allowed to leave. Aside from the grain shops that were forced to open, almost everything else remained closed. Even the pedestrians on the streets walked with their heads down, hurrying along, not daring to linger. The most common and numerous figures were perhaps the city guards of Auckland, often followed by soldiers of the 7th Mixed Legion carrying firearms. At this moment, no one mentioned the calamity of the Festival of Divine Grace anymore, or even this particular incident. Roy stayed home for several days, neither he nor Oliveira chose to go out. They had no choice, the side effects of the divine sigh, behemoth heartbeat were beginning to fully manifest. They were now far from maintaining their fighting strength, they were utterly exhausted. They were also recuperating, using various secret medicines and potions daily, taking medicinal baths, slowly restoring their depleted fighting spirit and healing their internal injuries. As for supplies and food, almost all of them were delivered by Ang. Every morning, he would first go to the ancient spirit mage tower, then come here to deliver enough potions, snake meat, and bread for a day. As for Mrs. Cassidy, before the war, Roy had sent her to Provence Estate. The old lady was still quite healthy, but they didn't dare let her stay at home. Every day it was just dry bread and roast meat, no soup, no tea, and no snacks. Roy was finding it hard to adjust. Indeed, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. 2 days later, Auckland was in chaos again. Many city guards, leading armed soldiers, broke into houses to search. They claimed to be arresting remnants of the demons, but they couldn't say exactly who. Anyway, they wanted to eliminate any potential danger, and as a result, anyone they didn't like was arrested. In this world, there's no such thing as a united front between the military and the people. The army and the city guards are both instruments of violence. They might even arrest you for just glancing at you. If Roy were to describe this situation, only 4 words would come to mind: white terror. However, few dared to act recklessly at 19 Lombard Street. The 2 extraordinary corpses still held enough of a deterrent effect. Moreover, the head of the local police station, a man named Weiner, knew the gravity of the situation and dared not provoke Roy. This situation lasted for more than 10 days until April 25, 311 of the new divine calendar, when an order from the Empire arrived. The new governor of Auckland had arrived, finally bringing change to this oppressive life. However, to Roy's surprise, the successor to the governorship was none other than Miller Petrovich. To be precise, it should be Baron Miller Petrovich. A single move, successful or unsuccessful, all for naught. Chapter 113, The Final Verdict. In the early morning, the chill of spring had not yet completely dissipated, and the first light of dawn was just beginning to appear on the horizon. Luoya had already finished her first round of morning cultivation, taken a shower, and was standing in front of the second-floor window wearing only a thin nightgown. Extra. Today's highlights: the governor's hall is besieged by abyss demons, the Imperial Legion launches a powerful attack, and corpses litter Elfit Square. Governor Lord Dorji Petrovich fought to the last moment and died a heroic death. Extra. The evil Baron Marcus has been executed by the Empire, and Auckland City sees a glimmer of hope. Extra. Extra. The great pirate is about to arrive at port, and the Governor's Hall has decided to carry out his execution by hanging at Fisherman's Harbor in 2 days. Extra. The Empire's youngest governor, Baron Miller, has succeeded as governor of Auckland City, immediately redressing the grievances of innocent civilians. Furthermore, he condemns the sheriff's office for its arbitrary arrests and inaction, and is about to support the Empire's reforms. The city guard may be disbanded, and a professional force to maintain city security will be established, named the police department. Loud yet childish voices rose and fell as a group of 11 or 12-year-old newsboys, backpacks slung over their waists and filled with newspapers, hawked their wares along the street. Their thin clothes offered little protection from the morning chill, their little faces were red with cold, some even with long, snotty noses. Yet, they still called out loudly to attract customers, forcing smiles to try and satisfy them. As the city's lowest rungs of society, they were either orphans or from impoverished families, unable even to afford basic food, forced to earn their own living. They could only eat if they were busy every day. In these days of white terror, countless little ones might have frozen to death in remote corners. Such is the way of the times, no one can change it. Of course, their business was booming today, with many pedestrians coming and going on the streets. Most people were willing to spend 2 copper tires to buy a newspaper of interest, then sit down at a nearby stall. They might order bread or a breakfast, along with hot cocoa or coffee, for a hearty meal. If money wasn't an issue, there were many other shops nearby where you could order a more refined pastry with mushroom soup, enjoying the city's vibrancy while reading the newspaper, a true pleasure. On the second floor, Loy looked at the scene before him, feeling a sense of unreality. From lifelessness to vibrant energy, it had only been 2 or 3 days, the entire atmosphere of Auckland had changed abruptly. This was certainly due to everyone having to make a living, but the abilities of the new governor, Baron Miller Petrovich, could not be denied. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A knock sounded at the door, and Mrs. Cassidy entered carrying a tray, bread, bacon, roast meat, milk, mushroom soup, and dessert. Loy's stomach rumbled. He couldn't help it. He was simply too hungry for such a treat. Of course, Olivera followed him in, carrying 7 or 8 newspapers. Young Master Loy, here are your newspapers. Teacher Olivera, come, let's eat together. The round table was moved to the window, facing the rising sun. Loy ate his breakfast while choosing from the 7 or 8 newspapers. In this world, movable type printing had existed for a long time, and printing technology was relatively mature. However, the newspaper industry had never really developed. The reason was simple: the upper class had magical communication and their own channels for information dissemination. The common people at the bottom were mostly illiterate. Moreover, they were already exhausted from making a living every day, so they had no time to care about news from the outside world. It wasn't until the development of magical machinery that a group of literate and relatively well-educated working-class people were cultivated that newspapers became more widely accepted. Well, this so-called more widely accepted actually refers to the Habsburg Empire. Most of the other countries in the Old World still went their own way. Getting back to the point, the newspapers that Olivera bought for Roy were almost all the ones available on the market. They were mainly 7 newspapers, including the Auckland Daily, the Imperial Political Gazette, and the Northern People's Gazette. The black and white print on white paper wasn't very clear, just barely legible. The first one Roy picked up was the Imperial Political Gazette. This was considered the mouthpiece of the empire and also the largest newspaper in the entire Habsburg Empire. This newspaper publishes either the latest policies, current events, and commentary of the empire, or the empire's movements and the various activities of the royal family, or major events such as foreign visits and trade negotiations. It can be said that by flipping through this newspaper, you can grasp the latest developments in the empire. The last time Auckland City was qualified to appear in this newspaper was because the multinational convention was signed in Auckland City. And then, in a secluded corner of the newspaper, he saw a report about the events in Auckland City. The title was simply, "The Last Madness of the Marcus Family." This article directly denounced Baron Marcus as a madman, who, for personal gain, colluded with the demons of the abyss, attempting to sacrifice the entire city of Auckland to prolong his own life. Unfortunately, the conspiracy was exposed by Lord Dorji, who, together with the Empire's 7th Mixed Legion, killed all the demons. Also destroyed was Baron Marcus, whose power had been corrupted by the Abyss's magic. Thus, a family with a history spanning hundreds of years was cut short. Roy read on, feeling both horrified and bewildered. He knew the truth all too well, but what about now? This was blatant distortion of facts, a complete fabrication. However, being featured in this newspaper was already a done deal. Regardless of the facts, this was a truth destined to be recorded in history books. This one event perfectly illustrated the saying, history is written by the victors. From this day forward, Auckland would no longer have directly subordinate nobles, but would be governed by the royal family and appointed officials. Besides this, Roy saw two other pieces of news that greatly interested him. First, the empire intended to build a large number of railways. Clearly, the railway faction had the upper hands in the dispute between the canal and railway factions. Second, the empire had reached its limit of tolerance for the current chaos in public order, and therefore planned to disband the city guard. More precisely, the city guard would be separated from the army system and formed into a dedicated government agency to handle public order and various criminal cases, in other words, a professional police force. Setting down the newspaper, Roy finished his food and picked up his milk to enjoy it. The sweetened milk swished between his lips and teeth. Roy squinted slightly, enjoying the sensation while pondering for a moment. He picked up the newspaper again, the Auckland City Daily, which mainly covered the major and minor events of Auckland. This truly local Auckland newspaper, to some extent, also served as a voice for the Auckland City Council. Basically, any policies the council needed interpretation of would be published in it. However, Auckland was only so big, and it was a daily newspaper. Where could it possibly publish so many policies? So, in most cases, it would also contain various hearsay, aristocratic scandals, and domestic gossip. But these days, however, it was almost entirely covered by the evil of the Marcus family and the heroic deeds of Consul Lord Dorji Petrovich. Compared to the brevity of the Imperial Gazette, this newspaper was quite detailed. It not only unearthed the unknown dark stories of the Marcus family, but even the news that the last Baron Marcus was actually the child of his uncle and sister-in-law through an affair was described in great detail. Of course, some people will enjoy this part, but truly intelligent people will always find extremely important information within it. For example, the White Terror brewing by the City Guard and the 7th Legion, which arrested so many people and caused widespread panic, was immediately countered by Miller's signing of a pardon decree upon taking office, releasing most of the innocent. This move, though heavily manipulated, still garnered immense gratitude and instantly boosted his prestige. Then, he swiftly met with several wealthy merchants, ensuring food supplies through various means. For instance, the price of bread in the city dropped by 50% in just 2 days, providing food for countless civilians. He also inspected factories, addressing problems on the spot and ensuring production. These successive measures quickly revitalized Auckland, transforming it from a lifeless city into a vibrant one. Despite his young age, Miller's prestige far surpassed that of the former Lord Dorji. This was understandable, as Dorji's methods were heavily influenced by military style, emphasizing efficiency and decisive action. This approach might allow things to proceed, but it's too crude and could lead to endless troubles. Baron Miller, on the other hand, isn't so shrewd. He prefers to use various methods, playing both sides and using incentives, behaving like a cunning old fox. This makes many things proceed much more smoothly. Just as Luo Yi's mind was racing, footsteps approached. He slightly turned his ear, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, Luo Yi looked at Maruna in front of him, somewhat puzzled. "Why are you dressed like that?" Maruna was wearing an oversized trench coat, seemingly padded with something underneath, which altered his figure. Most importantly, he had turned up the collar of his coat and was wearing a hood, almost completely obscuring his face. When he raised his head, he was unshaven, his eyes bloodshot, and utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Roy's question, Maruna immediately knelt down, his face contorted in a wail, and cried, "Young Master Roy, you must save me." By the window, Olivera abruptly turned to look outside and said, "A few uninvited guests have arrived. They look like detectives. Should I arrest them?" "Wait a minute." Roy turned back to Maruna and asked, "What are you doing now?" Maruna, his face still contorted in a wail, said, "What did I do? I didn't do anything. It's all because of this surname. Having the surname Marquez doesn't bring many benefits, but it brings a lot of misfortune." At this moment, Maruna Marquez could no longer contain himself. He unleashed a torrent of curses, almost to the point of emotional collapse. However, as Roy listened, he understood the reason. In short, it was a case of collateral damage. What I really want to say is, history has no truth. Chapter 114, The New and the Old Nobles. In Luo Yi's view, the old world's ruling model couldn't achieve true centralization. Even the royal family was merely the highest nobility. The saying, "A vassal's vassal is not my vassal," best exemplifies this. Whatever the royal family wanted to do, they had to rely on the support and assistance of the lesser nobles. Their interests were intertwined, making it virtually impossible for them to betray their class. Even if conflicts arose, at most they would cede territory, pay reparations, or offer ransom, and that would be the end of it. Afterwards, it was perfectly normal for the two noble families to maintain relations and even form marriage alliances. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the royal families and high nobility of all the major kingdoms in the old world were related. However, everything changed when the Hohenzollern family resolutely promoted magical machinery. They betrayed their class. Because the development of magical machinery inevitably involved popularizing education, opening up the public's mind, liberating serfs, and mining resources. This was a struggle for resources, you couldn't escape it. But these were all the interests of the old nobility, and they were bound to object to this. From this perspective, even if the old nobles formed a Twilight Eremitage to cover things up, or even if they openly confronted each other, it would still be understandable. In terms of sheer power, the royal family was actually at a disadvantage, being outnumbered. However, Hohenzollern III was an extremely shrewd man. He seized the moral high ground and used divide-and-conquer tactics to bring a portion of the nobles under his control. Most importantly, magical machinery wasn't just a pipe dream, it was a new technology that could truly generate enormous profits. With this, he rallied a large group of nobles and wealthy merchants, ultimately forming the Royalist Party. The term Royalist Party was actually a derogatory term used by the old nobles, who considered them royal lackeys, yet they called themselves the new nobles. This led to the current struggle between the old and new nobles. Most importantly, their struggle had broken the previous tacit understanding of fighting without breaking apart. It couldn't be a matter of losing and paying a fine. It had reached a point of no return. This time, Baron Marcus lost, and the entire Marcus family was wiped out. This included not only Baron Marcus but also various collateral relatives, who were also implicated and had their property confiscated. Baron Miller Petrovich did indeed pardon many people, but this did not include the collateral branches of the Marcus family. As for Maruna, although he clearly followed Roy, he did not lose the Marcus surname. Maruna was already lucky. Before, Roy sensed something was wrong and first placed his two children in the Mage Tower. He himself was also stationed outside the city, practically stationed at the lightning magic machinery factory. Due to production pressure, the factory did not stop operating even during the White Terror. There were Ang's brothers guarding it, and more than a dozen magic apprentices there, so there was still a deterrent effect, and no one dared to cause trouble. But after the White Terror ended, when Maruna went out, he was targeted. Overnight, he went from a wealthy merchant to a wanted criminal, with countless detectives and mercenaries eager to pounce. 19 Lombard Street was a notorious location in Auckland, considered a den of thieves by the underworld. Otherwise, those detectives would have stormed in and arrested him. And yet, you couldn't do anything to them. Because Maruna's arrest warrant was registered with the government, their enforcement was based on evidence. Understanding this, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. To call it an undeserved disaster was a bit of an exaggeration. Maruna's entrepreneurial success, and the flourishing of the Champagne Magic Textile Factory, were indeed connected to the Marcus family. However, Baron Marcus truly disliked him, otherwise, with a little manipulation during the pirate raids, he wouldn't have nearly destroyed Maruna's family. Seeing that Roy remained silent, Maruna hurriedly said, "Young master, you must save me. To be honest, I, Maruna, have been through a lot. If I failed in business, I would accept it. But now I have to be buried with the Marcus family. I am really unwilling, and even more unwilling." Roy waved his hand. "It's not that serious, I'll handle this for you. I've met Baron Miller Petrovich once before, it shouldn't be a big problem, but you'll probably have to spend some money. It's possible that the Xiangshili Magic Textile Factory might not be able to be saved." Maruna hurriedly said, "I'm about to lose my life, what do I need a factory for? It's better if it's gone, then I can concentrate on working for you, young master. With the shares you gave me, I won't starve. Young Master Roy, when do you plan to help me resolve this? Right now, I really don't feel safe going out like this. Loy turned his head and looked out the window at the bustling crowd. He said, in that case, let's do it now. Professor Oliveira, what do you mean? Scan all these detectives around here. Don't go too far, just teach them a lesson. My house isn't for just anyone to intrude upon. Maruna, what are your orders? Young master, prepare the carriage. We're going to meet the new governor. Yes, sir. Strangely enough, just as Loy was about to leave, a man claiming to be a city hall official approached him. He had come to deliver an invitation, sent by Baron Miller, asking him to come see him now. This coincidence surprised even Loy. What surprised him even more was the official's attitude. He was very polite, more polite than he had imagined. He even said that the Baron was too busy, otherwise he would have come in person. Moreover, as the governor, he didn't summon Loy, but sent a formal invitation. This kind of respect was something Lord Dorji would never have given before, and even though Loy was wary, he only felt happy. The difference between being respected and being bossed around was enormous. However, Loy also knew that every act of courtesy comes with an ulterior motive. Therefore, the lower his stance this time, the higher the demands would likely be. Of course, despite thinking this, Loy quickly began preparations, and the carriage was ready in about 10 minutes. Oliveira had also dealt with the detectives, without killing them, but he had certainly frightened them quite a bit. As for Maruna, he acted as the coachman. Although driving for someone didn't sound good, sitting in that position, he felt more at ease than ever before. Because the governor's office was completely destroyed, it was impossible to continue working until it was rebuilt. Therefore, the current office was actually in a manor in the wealthy western district of the city. That place was actually Lord Dorji Petrovich's residence, but since he spent almost all his time in the governor's office and rarely returned there, it was quite deserted. But now, it's being used by Miller as a temporary governing hall, with almost all government employees busy here. It's worth mentioning that Lord Dorji Petrovich is quite unscrupulous. The governing hall is crammed with a vast amount of documents and information, especially certain shareholding certificates and property ownership certificates. Originally, these should have been destroyed in the artillery fire. But unexpectedly, this estate has everything. And this laid a solid foundation for Miller's smooth takeover. The carriage traveled along the street, and the city, after the White Terror, showed more vitality. With more people, the carriage moved a little slower. Loy wasn't in a hurry. He looked out the window and saw people coming and going, bustling and lively. Of course, this situation changed after entering the temple district. Here, there were no traces of the battle left from the previous days. Even the temple of the sun god had been rebuilt, becoming even taller and more magnificent. Before the magnificent and solemn temple, everyone showed a degree of restraint and caution. As far as the eye could see, long queues stretched between the church of the sun god and the temple of the seven gods. There were poor and rich, well-dressed and ragged, but all appeared utterly devout. In other words, the infighting between the temples a dozen days ago, the fourth-tier battle, the priests and priests fighting, the Templars and temple guardians locked in a life-or-death struggle, all of that was now gone. They acted as if nothing had happened, erasing all traces, and displaying the expected demeanor before their followers. Luo Yi observed all this, a thoughtful expression creeping across his face. What had happened, that was undeniable. However, so far, there was no news of who had won or lost between the two fourth-tier powerhouses, or who had gained the upper hands between the seven gods' followers and the sun god's shepherds. Undoubtedly, although they were fighting, it seemed they were operating on a different level. They wouldn't allow mortals to interfere, and tried their best not to affect them. Perhaps this was the characteristic of a conflict of faith. Luo Yi glanced around, then looked away, closing his eyes slightly, reminding himself again, some things are better left unknown and uninvolved in. The carriage rumbled along, its speed increasing as it entered the western district of the city. In no time, it stopped in front of a manor. Luo Yi alighted, his movements halting involuntarily. At the manor gate, an elegant blonde youth stood smiling at him. "My friend, you've finally arrived," Baron Miller greeted Luo Yi warmly with a big hug. Luo Yi stiffened, his muscles tensing, but he quickly recovered and returned the hug. But as he lowered his head, he whispered, "Your Excellency, you didn't come here specifically to wait for me, did you?" Baron Miller chuckled. "Why not? Doesn't that make you look good? Believe me, after today, Everyone in Auckland will treat you with utmost respect. How about that? Not bad, is it? Loy smiled wryly. Do you want to hear the truth? Of course, the higher the position, the harder it is to hear the truth. The truth is, I have an urge to turn around and run away. Thank you Ren Hongayang for the 100-point reward. Chapter 115, Building a Railway. Inside the manor, in the study. This was clearly not Miller's usual office, but his private study. As Roy stepped inside, he saw a half-length portrait hanging on the wall. In the portrait, the man was dressed in a crisp military uniform, his eyes sharp, his lips tightly pressed together, and the wrinkles on his forehead deeply etched. It was none other than Dorji Petrovich. Roy's expression froze for a moment upon seeing him, but he quickly regained his composure. Turning to look around the study, he saw a full suit of armor gleaming in the corner, as if a real knight were standing there. Several weapons hung on the walls, long swords, greatbows, shields, and more. The mahogany desk was covered with parchment scrolls, and the bookshelves behind it were overflowing with books. Even a quick glance revealed that they were all about various battles, some quite old. However, what attracted Roy most was a medal, placed respectfully in the most prominent position. The medal is shaped like a cross, entirely black, with red and blue shoulder straps. It's the Iron Cross. This is the highest award the Habsburg Empire bestows upon its heroes, an honor that even noble families would consider a legacy. It could even be said to be the best proof of contribution to the empire, bringing numerous conveniences and advantages. For example, if two people are competing for a position, both with ability and seniority, obtaining this medal can displace both of them. Seeing Roy drawn to the medal, Miller approached, his gaze complex, his voice low and somber. Loy, you should be able to guess whose medal this is? And you should also be able to guess whose study this is. Loy narrowed his eyes, organizing his thoughts before saying, Lord Dorji Petrovich, indeed a respectable imperial warrior, yes. In his eyes was only the empire, only His Majesty the Great Hohenzollern III, only the promotion and development of magical machinery. He had no regard for himself, nor for the people of Auckland. Miller reached out and stroked the Iron Cross medal, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. He didn't turn around, but his deep voice carried on. With your intelligence, you should have known long ago that Lord Dorji tried to kill you more than once. However, after discovering your expertise in magical machinery, he had me warn you instead. That's just his nature. I've advised him countless times, telling him not to act so extremely. Unfortunately, he never listens. Loy spoke up. Lord Miller, I'm sorry, but if he listened to you, he wouldn't be Lord Dorji, nor would he be that most fearless imperial warrior. Miller shuddered, nodding involuntarily, saying, You're right, you understand him better than I do. Loy hesitated for a moment, then added, Lord Miller, there are some things I actually know, so I'm curious. Lord Dorji, with all his scheming, should he have left himself a way out? Whether he had a way out or not, Loy naturally knew, but he had to ask. Miller began, Of course we have them. The Imperial Mage Tower's best teleportation scrolls, with excellent stability. But you know that's a battlefield, a place of extraordinary combat, cannon fodder wiping out everything. Anything can happen. For a long time, I didn't want to believe it, but when we found my uncle's body, it was only half a corpse, not even a complete body. That must be the fate of imperial warriors. Dying on the battlefield was his wish. In fact, even if my uncle had survived this time, firing within the city would have carried immense responsibility. That's why I was chosen as the new governor of Auckland City long ago. Although I don't hold a position in the government, I've actually visited every department. I know how people play dirty tricks, and I know exactly which departments need to change. Of course, if we want Auckland City to truly rise, these alone aren't enough. Miller finally turned, looking directly at Loy, and said, word by word, so, we need a road that connects us to the outside world. Loy, do you favor the canal? Or the railway? Loy narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing the main event was about to begin. His mind raced, but he didn't speak immediately. Miller didn't press him for answers either, but instead led Loy to the rest area. He personally poured Loy a cup of black tea and brought it to him. By now, many people in Auckland knew that Loy didn't like sugar in his tea. Miller's actions were very thorough. Clearly, he had done detailed research beforehand. Loy, holding the teacup, finally spoke. Lord Miller, you want to build a railway, don't you? That's right. Miller actually took out a roll of parchment, which, when unfolded, revealed a partial map of the empire's northern region. He placed the map in front of Roy and said, "The geographical location of my Auckland city is actually not bad. To the northwest is Fisherman's Port, where the daily volume of goods handled is staggering, especially after the signing of the multinational convention. However, what limits the development of Fisherman's Port is actually transportation. Then there's my Auckland city, which has 18 large and small magic-powered machinery factories. Although their products are diverse, the value they can create is extremely high. However, transporting these products out is very troublesome. Land routes are prone to damage, and sea routes are prohibitively expensive. So, I had an idea. I want to build a railway from Fisherman's Port to Auckland City, and then to Commodity City, thereby connecting to the Empire's railway network. Although Auckland City is near the Silver Sea, there are no major rivers, so a canal cannot be built. Therefore, to go out, a railway must be built." Roy clapped his hands and cheered. "This is a good thing. A great thing. I still say, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Without good transportation, everything else is just empty talk." Looking at Miller, Roy didn't expect that this man could have such insight and courage. He patted his chest and said, "Mr. Miller, tell me, how can I help? Just say the word, and I'll do my best." Just like I said before, at this moment, Roy lowered his guard. Because he was certain that this Miller hadn't discovered the truth about Georgie's death. This man was shrewd and wanted his help. However, Miller hesitated slightly in response to Roy's words. "Well, naturally, we're short of some money. How much? You tell me. My reputation in Auckland is quite renowned. If it's a few thousand gold tires, I'll pay for it all myself. Even if it's to support the ruling hall, I'll support you." Miller's voice trailed off. "Well, it's quite a bit short." "How much is quite a bit short?" Roy tilted her head and pressed. "Mr. Miller, why are you being so hesitant now? Just say what you want to say." Miller finally raised his head and said loudly, "Actually, we don't have a single penny." "What?" Roy finally realized. "So, this railway isn't in the Empire's plans, but you propose building it yourself. As you know, the Empire's finances aren't very good. I applied, or rather, my uncle applied, but they were all rejected. The Empire's current focus is on developing the rare magic machinery industrial zone. They don't have time to consider our area." Lloyd could no longer hear Miller's rambling. He looked up at Miller's young face, then glanced down at the map. His gaze swept from Fisherman's Port to Auckland, then to Commodity. Though his eyes weren't a ruler and he couldn't estimate the exact distance, he knew clearly that it was a long distance, at least several hundred kilometers. And the wealth, manpower, and resources required to build the railway were astronomical. Even at his wealthiest, when he had just acquired the pirate treasure, let alone now, Lloyd's money was far from enough. In a flash, Lloyd jumped up, turned, and headed outside without a word. Miller reacted quickly, grabbing his arm and saying, Lloyd, where are you going?" Lloyd replied, "I'm going to find a place, a high place, and jump off to my death." "Fall to your death? That would be more decisive." "No, really no. Have you thought about what you just said? You want me to fund the construction of such a long railway? My preliminary estimate, and this is really just a preliminary estimate, is that 100,000 gold tires. Definitely an understatement. The problem is, even if you sold me out, I wouldn't have that much money. Ahem. What I mean is, could you take the lead? If you take the lead, you can get other nobles and wealthy merchants to donate as well. Of course, the bulk of the money will come from the consulate. Let me tell you the truth, if we hadn't confiscated the Marcus family's wealth, I wouldn't even dare to think about this railway project. However, I can't take all of the Marcus family's wealth. I need to keep a portion to ensure the consulate's operation. There won't be much left, so I need someone to support me." A glint of light flashed in Lloyd's eyes, and he asked again, "What are the benefits?" "Benefits? What benefits? Isn't this a boon to the entire city of Auckland? Maybe I should erect a monument so everyone knows." "That's definitely not enough, absolutely not enough." Lloyd looked at the map, a flash of inspiration in his mind. He suddenly grabbed Miller's arm and asked, "You really want to build a railway?" "Really? Then I have a very bold idea. Why don't you hear it? Tell me quickly. Since it benefits the entire city of Auckland, how about we raise the funds, the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Win-Win Model. Having gained experience from her previous life, Luo Yu clearly understood the crucial importance of transportation for the development of an empire. Especially during the Industrial Revolution, the frequency and volume of goods transported far exceeded previous levels. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that transportation was the lifeblood of industry. However, in Luo Yi's understanding, the Habsburg Empire's transportation network was underdeveloped. Land routes were mostly dirt roads, transport relied on horse-drawn carriages, and became muddy after rain. As for the competition for railways and canals, it had only recently concluded. Although construction had been undertaken, they hadn't truly reached the point of nationwide coverage. Why? Simply put, the empire didn't have that much money. Take the magic-powered train, for example. It was now a mature product. Even the design, route planning, sleeper laying, and rail construction had formed a complete process. The problem was, only the imperial cabinet could drive such a massive project. And indeed, the railway construction was planned, designed, constructed, and arranged uniformly by the empire. Even with the empire's strong foundation and abundant tax revenue, there are still many areas where money needs to be spent, naturally prioritizing key regions. Take the Nerul region, for example, with its numerous large veins of wildstone, capable of supporting the consumption of the magic energy pool. Thus, it became a key focus of the empire, with various magic energy factories, railways, and canals being built for it. Other areas, naturally, had to be put on hold and sacrificed. Consequently, the speed of railway expansion was slow, even sluggish. Miller's idea was bold. He wanted to build his own railway. Once connected to the imperial railway network, transport capacity would be greatly enhanced. Auckland and Fisherman's Port could then become major northern cities, not only stimulating development and popularizing the magic energy industry, but also creating countless jobs. More jobs mean more people working, and with work comes money to spend. Increased consumption further stimulates production, putting more people in the workforce and supporting even more people. With everyone employed and busy every day, even the security situation would immediately improve. It must be said that Miller was a very thoughtful person with a practical attitude, quite different from Dorji. However, without the support of the empire, building a railway would be extremely difficult. The solution proposed by Roy was, frankly, fundraising. No one does things without benefits, but what if there are substantial benefits? For example, if the railway was funded by the city of Auckland, then all future freight charges would belong to these people. Over time, their investment would be recouped, and they might even receive a large additional income. As long as the railway continued and transportation remained uninterrupted, it meant a steady stream of freight charges, like a golden goose that could be passed down through generations. Seeing Roy's eloquent explanation, Miller's eyes lit up. Because, following this line of thought, he felt it was indeed feasible. However, despite this, he remained quite hesitant. Loy, I can accept what you're saying, but I'm afraid the empire won't accept it. Loy perked up and asked, what's the problem? Tell me, before. I was thinking of handing it over to the empire after it was built, free of charge. I believe the imperial cabinet would be very happy. After all, they didn't spend any money, yet they gained political achievements, a huge benefit. He paused, then added, but if we follow your model, it's essentially taking food from the empire's mouth. I'm afraid some people will have a problem with us, feeling that we're taking advantage of the empire. Moreover, if the railway is connected to the empire's railway network, it means that the empire will have to provide the resources for subsequent arrangements and scheduling. They provide manpower and effort, but we take all the benefits. I'm afraid the cabinet will be even less willing. A flash of inspiration struck Loy, and he thought of a solution. Then let's try another approach. How about we cooperate with the empire? Cooperate with the empire? Loy, isn't your idea too audacious? Miller was startled, his face filled with shock, thinking Loy was just daydreaming. The Habsburg Empire was ahead of its time, but not this far ahead. An empire is an empire. Even if there are compromises of interest, they should only apply to high-ranking nobles. What right do you lowly merchants and free citizens have? However, Roy didn't care. After a moment's thought, he said, how about this? We can build a new company just for this railway. The empire can invest in this company, holding 51% of the shares. This way, the empire will have absolute control and effectively manage the railway. From now on, scheduling and arrangements will be perfectly legitimate, and since it's an empire-owned railway, the empire can naturally get 51% of the profits. Of course, it would be best if the empire also invested a portion, even if it's just symbolic, at least it would be believable, and the remaining 49% can be raised by Auckland City. The governing hall will contribute a portion, and then the major merchants will also contribute. The shares will be allocated based on the amount invested. Once the railway is built, this company will be responsible for its operation. Every year, besides costs, everything else will be profit. Then, we can all take dividends based on the profits. The method is quite good, but, Miller frowned, clearly still hesitant. Roy asked again, but what, will those people be willing? In this way, the empire gets the lion's share of the profits, while they put in the money and effort, and it will take who knows how many years to recoup their costs. Would they be willing to do that? Haha, you're worried about that? You're actually worried about that? Roy laughed, making Miller's face turn somewhat unpleasant. He composed himself and said, Miller, I'll just call you Miller from now on. Don't use your excellency, it's too formal. Whatever you want. I hope we can become good friends, aren't we already? Yes, my friend, Mr. Roy, don't keep me in suspense. It's very simple. This is cooperation with the empire, which is equivalent to having the empire's endorsement. If word gets out, the prestige and glory will intimidate countless people. Just this alone, I believe that some far-sighted people wouldn't give up. After a pause, Roy added, moreover, you can also use incentives. For example, you could try to get the Caroline family to join. Their magic energy factory produces rails, so, could we offer him a purchase contract outside the company, designating his family's magic energy factory as the rail supplier? Do you think he'd be interested? Before Miller could speak, Roy continued, of course, if we do it that way, we'll need our own quality control department to strictly regulate product quality. If anyone tries to cheat, they'll be punished. Punished until they're terrified. You're really thinking ahead, Miller muttered to himself, feeling a bit confused. Today, he had originally intended to persuade Roy. But Roy's persuasion had left him feeling awkward and unsure. On one hand, his instincts told him that this was incredibly difficult. There was no precedent for this model, and no one knew what the consequences would be. It would require extensive communication with the imperial cabinet and the emperor's full support. On the other hand, he felt this model had great potential. It seemed to consider the interests of all parties, benefiting almost everyone and saving the empire maximum amount of money. If this really works out, the benefits will be immense. Two conflicting thoughts were clashing in Miller's mind, leaving his head a jumbled mess and his brows furrowed in worry. No, there's another problem? Tell me, and I'll solve it for you. Miller could only tell the truth. I think the main thing is, this kind of thing requires the approval of the imperial cabinet and its active implementation. If I want to make this happen, I'd have to go to the capital and swim with those ministers, and even then, I might not succeed. If my uncle, Dorji, were still here, he could speak to His Majesty the Emperor. But I'm far from that level. Loy smiled, narrowing her eyes slightly, and said, if that's what you mean, then I have another idea you can try. What? You can write a letter to His Majesty the Emperor, or to some ministers in the cabinet who are eager to show off and need credit. Say that the empire's development is too slow now, largely due to transportation bottlenecks. The construction of the empire's railways and canals is too slow. This is almost universally acknowledged, and no one will criticize you for being wrong. Then, you can bring up the fact that the empire is short of funds and has not fully utilized private funds, resulting in a huge waste. Then, you can present the model I just mentioned, and we can even give it a name, the win-win model. Yes, present the win-win model, and be sure to explain that this will significantly increase the construction speed of the imperial railways and canals in a very short time, as well as accelerate the promotion of magical machinery. Believe me, focusing on these 2 points will definitely entice the royal family and the cabinet. However, they will certainly have concerns, fearing that some uncontrollable factors might arise during the process. Then, you can propose using Auckland as a pilot city. As long as the empire provides policy support and a small amount of wealth, it can be tested. If the empire agrees, then I can do my best to help you. Miller was stunned. At this moment, he stared blankly at Roy. Roy waved her hand in front of him and asked, what's wrong, Roy? Has anyone told you that it's a real shame you're not in politics? Haha, no, and besides, politics isn't something I like. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 117, The Steps to Advancement. Inside the manor, in the living room, Olivera and Maruna had been waiting for quite some time. Servants had refilled their tea 3 times and even brought lunch, but Roy still hadn't emerged from the study. Olivera maintained his composure, or rather, he had remained calm throughout. But Maruna couldn't. This morning, when he left home, he was quite confident, not to mention Roy's nonchalance. The mere respect shown by the officials of the governing council and Miller's personal greeting made him think the matter should be easily resolved. But now, Roy had been meeting with Miller for several hours and still hadn't emerged, and his heart sank. He feared Miller might make some unreasonable demands that Roy couldn't agree to, and if the negotiations broke down, he would be in deep trouble. The bread and bacon in his hands had lost their flavor. He looked at Olivera beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, are you really not worried at all?" Olivera slightly raised his eyes, his pale gray eyes calm and unwavering, exuding immense pressure. Maruna felt an urge to slap himself. Having known him for a while, he knew this man wasn't exactly a good conversationalist. However, Olivera still spoke up. "What are you worried about? What could possibly take this long to discuss? Haven't you seen several officials from the Consulate General enter the study, only to be turned away each time? Honestly, I really can't figure out what could possibly require such a lengthy discussion. Baron Miller is consul now, isn't he busy at all?" Olivera thought for a long time before replying, "It's all right. Why, if Roy wanted to, he could just throw a punch. No one here could stop him." Maruna's expression froze. He suddenly understood that the two were on completely different wavelengths. Fortunately, not long after lunch, the study door finally opened. Roy and Miller came out together, both looking very excited, especially Miller, who seemed almost overly excited. Miller escorted Luoyi directly to the manor gate, and after watching her board the carriage, he remained standing there, gazing in the direction the carriage had departed, speechless for a long time. Beside him, a member of the Consul General's office stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, 6 people are already waiting in the drawing room, all awaiting your audience." "What do you think?" Miller hesitated, then suddenly said, "Send them back first. Tell them I have urgent business today and simply cannot spare the time. Also, inform everyone that unless it's something extremely important, do not disturb me." "Yes, yes." With that, Miller strode into the manor, ignoring everyone. Entering his study, he first found a basin of cold water, held his breath, and plunged into it. The icy water stimulated his skin, gradually clearing his confused mind. Once he had exhausted his breath, he looked up, hastily wiped his face, and sat back down at his desk. Even for him, the information he had received today was still a massive shock, leaving him somewhat unable to make a decision. Stroking the iron cross, Miller's gaze shifted from hesitation to determination, finally settling on a decision. He took out paper and pen, pondering for a long time. Everything Roy had told him flashed through his mind like a fleeting dream. Finally, he raised his hand, put down his pen, and wrote a line on the feasibility of a win-win model combining state power and private capital to address the slow pace of imperial transportation expansion. It was less a letter and more like a thesis. He had decided that he would use all the resources of the Petrovich family to deliver this to Hohenzollern III's desk and to every minister in the cabinet. Although doing so might seem like overstepping his bounds, he felt it was worth the gamble. He believed it would benefit the country and its people, and even more so, he believed it would be a stepping stone for Miller's advancement. If this matter was handled well, if it succeeded, he would, like his uncle, gain His Majesty's favor. Then, the world before him would be infinitely vast. Thinking of this, Miller's pen moved with even greater force, each word seemingly imbued with his strength. On the other side, in the carriage, Maruna had been driving for a long time when he finally couldn't hold back any longer. He turned his head and looked at Luoyi pitifully. "Young master, have I made any progress on my matter?" Luoyi, who was deep in thought, was interrupted. He looked up at Maruna, blinked, and said, "Oh dear, I forgot." "What?" Maruna almost jumped up. Don't get excited, I was just joking. I've already talked to Miller, he'll drop your arrest warrant." "But," Maruna quickly interjected, "there will be a price to pay, you know. The shares in the Champagne Magic Textile Factory, and the more than 1,000 tires I still have. can all be handed over to the council. Is that enough? Not enough? Still not enough? Then I'll sell my properties, ships, and some antique jewelry. That can get me some money too. It's just that, I'll really have to rely on the young master for food from now on. You're overthinking it, none of that is necessary. Maruna didn't feel relaxed, he tensed up. Then what do I need to give up? Just one thing, the surname Marcus can't be used anymore. Think about what surname to change it to. Maruna's matter was actually just a small thing. Lloyd only mentioned it when he left, and Miller readily agreed. The only requirement was that he had to change his surname. After all, the name Marcus was no longer acceptable, and it would be difficult for Maruna to continue using that surname. Of course, this was no big deal for Maruna. Even if Roy hadn't brought it up, he would have paid for it anyway. He even thought Roy Fitz was quite good and wanted to switch to that. However, Roy wouldn't allow it. The name of an illegitimate child was hardly a good surname. In the end, he changed it to Ramirez, because that was his deceased wife's surname. However, none of this mattered much. The truly far-reaching impact was the win-win model that introduced private capital. Roy had to admit that his request was partly a way of diverting trouble. After all, Miller was too enthusiastic, and his price was too outrageous. Building a railroad was simply not something an individual could do entirely on their own. At least, Roy's wealth was insufficient to support such a crazy undertaking. Moreover, he was certain that if Miller insisted on pushing through this plan, it would face immense resistance and would be impossible to achieve. To avoid trouble, almost instinctively, Lloyd tried to find a way to deflect the issue. But his deflection wasn't a simple refusal. His proposed method was genuinely feasible. The model was new, but Lloyd's understanding told him it was absolutely viable. However, implementing it wouldn't be easy. It would require Miller's considerable courage, the Imperial Cabinet's considerable courage, and, most importantly, Hohenzollerni's immense courage. Moreover, even if it were to be implemented, it wouldn't be a short-term process. However, Lloyd couldn't just sit idly by. He needed to prepare. If he really wanted to build a railway, his current capital was truly insufficient. Despite Lloyd's apparent wealth and extravagant spending, before selling the magic power forging machine, he was practically only spending and not buying. Although he had acquired pirate treasure, it wasn't a mountain of gold and silver. Spending without income would eventually run out. However, he wasn't in a hurry. The magic power forging machine was a good start, but only a start. Going forward, which direction should they develop in? A bunch of usable machines flashed through his mind, and Luo Yi started selecting them, deciding whoever he picked. That day, Luo Yi had no interest in class. He was already late, so he didn't rush to the academy but went straight home. In his study, Luo Yi scribbled on paper with a quill pen, constantly calculating in his mind. Saying whoever he picks, that's who is actually a joke. The specific choices still needed to be extremely careful. It couldn't be too outdated, it had to be mass-producible, and it had to greatly promote the magic energy industry, worth investing enough wealth and energy in. After the screening, the remaining options were limited. There were many things he scribbled on the paper, such as tools, including machine tools, lathes, drilling machines, grinding machines, etc. And then there were things that could determine the future course of war, such as hot air balloons, airships, airplanes, and tanks. There are also everyday conveniences, such as air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, rice cookers, and even heaters. There are various construction machines, such as excavators, bulldozers, and mixers, and very important communication equipment, such as radar, telegraphs, telephones, and radios. But Luo Yi carefully considered each item, crossing them out one by one. Finally, he circled a few: tanks, stamping presses, and blast furnaces, just these three. He circled the tanks because Luo Yi knew clearly that if this thing matured, it would be a devastating weapon on the battlefield. With combined arms warfare, artillery support, and the addition of magic-powered vehicles, a blitzkrieg might be possible. But in the end, Luo Yi heavily crossed it out. Even if it were feasible, it was far too dangerous for him to handle right now. On the other hand, the stamping press and blast furnace gave him many ideas. Dear readers, please vote. Chapter 118, Stamping Press and Blast Furnace. This stamping press was actually an idea that Lloyd had when he invented the magic power forging machine. Simply put, it involves creating molds of various shapes, placing iron ingots inside, and then pressing them with a machine to produce products of various shapes, such as iron pots, helmets, parts, gears, and even armor, protective gear, and various specific shaped integrated mechanical skeletons. For example, the wheel hubs and rails of the magic power train, and the 4 beams, 8 pillars, and chassis of the magic power car, etc. This would not only greatly improve production efficiency but also reduce the defect rate, solving many mechanical problems. However, Lelia discovered in later trials that this was actually unreliable. The reason is that red-hot iron ingots also possess extremely high toughness and rigidity. They cannot be easily deformed by simply pressing them. Think about it, even a magic power forging machine can only hammer 1 blow at a time. Even if it's designed to be larger and has a more exaggerated tonnage, it doesn't mean that the iron ingot can be rounded or flattened. That's not the physical property that an iron ingot should have. Of course, if iron ingots are melted into molten iron, that's a different story. For example, pouring molten iron into a specific mold and letting it cool can yield enough castings. However, to melt iron ingots, or even iron ore directly, into molten iron, a blast furnace is needed, requiring sufficient temperature. Then, Luo Yi thought of blast furnace steel making. Theoretically, given the annual steel production of the Habsburg Empire, they should have already possessed this technology. But after Deep Blue searched the database, they found that it didn't. The reason is simple: this world has a vast amount of combustion-aiding magical materials, and master blacksmiths who are proficient in 1 or 2 can produce good steel. There are also large-scale fire magic arrays, extremely powerful and with extremely high melting points, which can also achieve the effect of melting gold and smelting iron. However, all of these have a major drawback: they cannot be popularized. In other words, they cannot be mass-produced. In the industrial field, some laboratory products can even have some incredible effects. However, if they cannot be mass-produced, popularized, or have their costs reduced, then they have little value. So, the blast furnace is actually a good project. The real challenge is converting magical energy into high heat and temperature. However, this isn't Roy's forte. He only needs to provide design concepts and ideas. With this in mind, Roy didn't delay and immediately had Deep Blue retrieve the data, gather ideas, and start drawing again. After a busy afternoon, he seemed to have several simplified drawings. Although none of them included magical energy manipulation, they looked quite presentable. Roy didn't waste any time, summoning Aang and asking him to go to Fillet Magic Academy to find Douglas Hill, explaining that he would be seeing him tomorrow. Also, there was Lelia Lightninger. She was still in the ancient spirit mage tower these past few days, mainly because the situation in Auckland City hadn't been resolved, and he didn't want her to return. He could bring them both back tomorrow. Just as his thoughts were wandering, Maruna strode closer and said, "Young Master Loy, news has just spread throughout the city." Loy looked up at the sky outside. It was already completely dark. He then looked at Maruna, whose face was slightly flushed, and asked, "Judging by the time, you should be at home with your children right now, but you've come to see me instead. So, what news has you so excited about?" "The Emden has arrived in port, and tomorrow morning, the great pirate Jis will be hanged in Fisherman's Port." This news had actually been circulating for some time, but Loy still couldn't help but be taken aback. The ship should have arrived long ago. Loy figured either something had delayed it, or the return time had been carefully planned by Lord Dorji. And the captain of the Bloody Mary, the sea monster tamer, the great pirate Jis, in truth, Loy had many entanglements with this man. Don't forget, the original owner of this body died because of the Bloody Mary pirate crew. Upon hearing this news, even Loy felt a surge of excitement. He looked at Olivera beside him and said, "Teacher, shall we go see it tomorrow?" Olivera looked up and asked, "Dead men, what's so interesting about them? I just want to see them." "Then let's go. Let's go see the final act of this arrogant pirate." The next day, early in the morning, Loy finished his cultivation early and boarded the carriage. Maruna drove, taking Olivera and Little Aang along. Little Aang insisted on coming along, saying he wanted to see the world, so Olivera didn't refuse. However, the most eye-catching thing in Fisherman's Harbor today wasn't any great pirate, but the Emden. The steel hull gleamed coldly in the morning sunlight. 10 stories high, even without being close to Fisherman's Harbor, it was like a mountain, giving off immense pressure. The ship also had 3 huge smokestacks, emitting billowing heat waves, clearly from the immense heat generated during the operation of the magic energy pool. On the bow deck, Imperial Navy soldiers stood guard. They gripped magic-powered rifles, their superior vantage point exuding a natural air of authority and disdain. From afar, the long, dark cannon barrel, thicker than a man's waist, adorned with magical runes that shimmered with magical light, stood prominently. Even without its use, everyone could imagine the terrifying sight of this main cannon firing. Beside the cannon stood an elderly man with graying hair. He wore the blue and white uniform of the Imperial Navy, his slender frame and piercing gaze giving him an air of dread, even more so than the cannon itself. This was none other than Rear Admiral Martinwater, captain of the Emden. He was also a fourth-tier combatant, possessing awakened fire-based battle aura, known as Red Dragon's Breath. Legend had it that the power of his battle aura was as scorching as the breath of a red dragon. In comparison, just below the Emden, appeared rather insignificant. He was stripped naked, bound to a cross, his body covered in crisscrossing wounds, his bronze skin mangled beyond recognition. Only his eyes remained defiant, like a wolf's. Even with his head lowered, they seemed ready to devour him. Putting aside personal grudges, this man was a formidable figure, yet he failed to recognize his own limitations, leading to his tragic end. His execution caused little disturbance. A mage, not a warrior, his physique wasn't particularly strong. So, the noose around his neck snapped his throat, leaving him barely breathing. Even as a formidable figure, he was utterly dead. His death, however, elicited a huge cheer. The throng raised their hands high, even chanting the Empire's name. The white-haired general slightly raised his head, a gesture of arrogance and disrespect. Of course, the onlookers didn't feel this way, they even considered it perfectly natural. Only Luo Yi seemed somewhat displeased. He slightly turned his head to look at Oliveira. Amid the cheers, he asked, "Teacher, when are you going to break through and become a fourth-tier expert? Then I'll have someone to rely on. At that time, just reveal your name, and no one will dare to mess with me." Oliveira's cold, hard facial muscles twitched, as if he wanted to laugh, but ultimately didn't. But he said very seriously, wait, with divine sigh, "I've already sensed the opportunity. However, I also want to refine my battle key a second time. I think that will bring even greater benefits." Oliveira only talked so much about cultivation. Luo Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned around and asked, Really? Ha ha ha, good. Returning from Fisherman's Port, Luo Yi was clearly in a very good mood, but he didn't linger. Instead, he went straight to Fillet Magic Academy. Now, he was already a guest of honor of Douglas, and the imposing Moonstone Mage Tower was like his home, which he could come and go as he pleased. Douglas Hill's mechanical laboratory was also on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, as if only here could his status be revealed. Of course, it was significantly larger than Linda's potion lab, and the spatial extension magic array was clearly more advanced. From the outside, the 6th floor of the spire didn't appear very large. But once inside, it was a space of over 1,000 square meters, though it felt quite cramped due to the lapis lazuli wiring and the various gears and parts scattered everywhere. You couldn't touch his things, because although they were messy, he could find them himself. If you moved anything and he couldn't find it in a hurry, he'd yell at you. That was the case when Loy came last time. A pretty new mage apprentice was almost humiliated by the scolding. Loy kindly helped the girl out and pulled Douglas away, thus ending the situation. However, Douglas was clearly very happy, even excited, about his visit today. Loy knocked on the door, and he opened it immediately, pulling Loy inside while laughing loudly. It's done. It's done. It really is done. Ha 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 ha. Loy, I'm going to be the talk of the town in the Imperial Magic Journal this time. My friend, shouldn't you be happy for me? Loy was completely confused. What's done? Can you explain? It's that mechanical button you mentioned last time, the one even muggles can use. I've made it. Saying this, he had already pulled Loy to a brand new magic-powered forging machine and was directing a burly blacksmith to begin the demonstration. The blacksmith was quite efficient. He picked up a red-hot iron ingot and placed it under the hammer, hammering away. When the ingot was stretched into a long strip and the hammer couldn't reach it, the blacksmith naturally turned a knob to adjust it downwards. This seemingly natural action suddenly made Loy's eyes light up. This knob, even a mortal can use it. A new machine. Chapter 119, the third-generation magic power forging machine. Last year, after the initial formation of the magic-powered hammer forging machine, Loy pointed Lilia in 2 directions for further exploration. The first was the stamping press and integrated die casting technology, which we won't discuss further. The second was the individualization and integration of the magic-powered hammer forging machine, aiming to directly graft energy and magic runes onto the machine, using magic crystals as the energy source. The advantage of this approach is that it would eliminate the need for a magic energy pool, making it much more convenient to move, relocate, and use. It could be used anywhere. However, this path proved unfeasible. The reasons are simple. Firstly, the technical requirements were difficult to meet. The magic energy pool drives the magic-powered hammer forging machine through a universal power unit, a conversion between magic energy and power. In other words, true integration would require adding magic crystals and a power conversion system to the small magic-powered hammer forging machine, making it too cumbersome. Secondly, the clients of the Lightning Magic Machinery Factory were either machinery factories like Damon's or mechanical mages who felt it was worthwhile to study and use in depth. Both of these have ample magical energy pools, universal power machines, and magical power, so individualization and integration are truly unnecessary. As it turns out, even Loy, with his knowledge, must be grounded in reality. The saying practice makes perfect is the only true principle. Damon's factory is now equipped with 6 magical energy forging machines, producing an astonishing 100 or more high-forged steel weapons per month. He's even gathering master blacksmiths, preparing to attempt to reach the level of 10,000 forged weapons. If successful, they could be auctioned at the highest level in the capital. The retention rate and operational efficiency of the battle aura within the cloud patterns of such weapons are astonishing. Even legendary powerhouses would be worthy of them. To be precise, legendary powerhouses might possess even more powerful sacred artifacts, but they've probably never even seen such a pure weapon. The only recorded 10,000 forged weapon in history was forged by a dwarf master blacksmith who devoted his entire life to it, spending a full 23 years. Now, with a magic-powered forging machine, Damon felt he could finally dream of something this seemingly impossible. If it succeeded, his machine factory would undoubtedly become famous. However, while Damon praised the magic-powered forging machine, he had one major complaint: the 6 knobs for up, down, light, heavy, slow, and fast required magical activation each time they were used, making them unusable for the blacksmiths. As a result, when hammering an iron ingot multiple times, the mage apprentice had to repeatedly help adjust the height and force. Once or twice was manageable, but after a while, the mage apprentice was annoyed, the blacksmith master even more so, and efficiency was greatly reduced. Damon not only complained repeatedly but also became truly determined. He even spent a fortune hiring teachers from the Magic Academy to teach the blacksmiths magic and basic meditation. Furthermore, he promised that any blacksmith who could learn basic meditation and operate the magic-powered forging machine independently would receive a raise. Paying half the rate of a mage apprentice would be incredibly attractive to a group of blacksmiths. Look at them, they've been forced by Damon to start paying for their own job training, they're truly desperate. And Douglas Hill's deep optimization and iterative updates to the magic-powered forging machine are all contained in this knob. He wants to invent a knob that any ordinary blacksmith can use. Clearly, it's done. Looking closely, the knob still flickers with magical light, never ceasing, obviously no longer requiring magical resonance to drive it. Loy was also pleasantly surprised and turned to ask, "How did you solve it?" "Tell me." Loy's question was almost instinctive, while Douglas Hill looked troubled and remained silent for a long time. "Is it inconvenient to say? Or does it involve some advanced technology that I don't understand?" Douglas opened his mouth but didn't speak. However, Lelia turned around and said, "It's not that it's inconvenient to say, it's just that it's actually very simple." Loy was taken aback. "Lelia, what are you doing here? I've been here the whole time. The ancient moon mage tower is too boring. I can learn more here." Lelia didn't want to elaborate, but pointed to the knob of the magic-powered forging machine and said, "Actually, it's worthless to explain. It's just that the previous knob required magic power to be infused and activated each time it was used before it could be used. But if you just change your mindset a little, keep the magic power circulation, and don't let it break, then it will work." "Right, that's simple." "Yes, it's that simple. At most, it will cause a little waste of magic power, but compared to the convenience of operation, it's nothing." Lloyd was puzzled. "If it's so simple, why has it been bothering you for so long?" "Perhaps it's because mages look down on muggles." This was Douglas Hill's reply. He had recovered and said, "I'm going to apply for a patent for this device and write a paper about it, submitting it to the Imperial Ministry of Magic. Although it's just a small invention, I think it can decide a lot of things and deserves to be published in an imperial journal. If we want magical machinery to develop rapidly, we must expand our ranks, so these muggle-proofing mechanisms should be eliminated at their root." Lloyd glanced at Douglas and said, "If you put this in your paper, I'm afraid some people will think you have ulterior motives, but this is beneficial to the development of magical machinery, isn't it?" "Yes, all right, you handle these matters." However, Lloyd seemed to have thought of something and chuckled, saying, "From today onwards, our Lightning Mage's Factory's magical hammer forging machine will be considered to have reached its third generation." The third generation. Holy, more money to be made. At the Lightning Magic Machinery Factory, the original machine was the first generation, independently developed by Lilia. Currently, only one exists, located within Damon's factory. The second generation refers to the one optimized by Douglas, primarily in terms of magic arrays and rune placement, saving 30% on material costs. Needless to say, all machines currently in production are of this generation. The final third generation is what we have now. Make money? Douglas was taken aback, asking in bewilderment, "You can make money from this?" "I was just saying I'd pick a time to replace all the switches and knobs on Damon's machines, so it'd be easier for them to operate them later." Lloyd looked completely confused, asking, "Replace them? Why replace them? Why should we replace them for him?" The second and third generation magic hammer forging machines are clearly two different products. In the future, customers can have the second generation if they want it, and if they want the third generation, of course they'll have to pay extra. The second generation costs 1,000 gold tires, so I'll charge 1,200 gold tires for the third generation. That's not unreasonable, is it? As for upgrades, of course, that's possible, but that's a separate business. Just tell Damon, a friendly price, an extra 100 gold tires per machine, and our chief designer, Mr. Douglas Hill, will upgrade and optimize it for him." Solving his problems, Douglas Hill was dumbfounded. Even with his cunning, he felt this was unethical. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it? You've researched for so long, time, energy, materials, all of that costs money. We solve the problem, so getting some compensation from the customer is a given. Only in this way can we have the motivation for research and development, and in the future, we'll invest more, allowing for greater development of magic-powered machinery." "Tell me, where am I wrong?" Douglas was confused. He blinked, scratched his head, and after a long while said, "I feel like you're just making excuses. But, you know, what you said makes some sense." Beside him, Lilia summed it up in one sentence, "A shrewd businessman." Immediately afterward, Douglas and Lloyd looked at each other and laughed heartily, their laughter echoing throughout the laboratory. Lloyd never considered himself a gentleman. He wasn't stingy with money, but he knew the importance of making money. So, he was a shrewd businessman, without a doubt. As for Douglas Hill, he was actually an anomaly among magic-powered mechanics, with a terrible reputation and ridiculed by many. But his sincerity towards magic-powered machinery was undeniable. At that moment, they actually felt a sense of mutual respect. Of course, Roy had come with a mission, so he put aside the matter of the third-generation magic-powered forging machine and took out his blueprints. One blueprint was about blast furnace steel making, which had high technical requirements and involved the conversion of magic energy and thermal energy, so he gave it to Douglas Hill. The other blueprint was about a stamping press. The mold wasn't the main issue, the key was finding enough high-temperature resistant materials. This was relatively easier, so he gave it to Lilia Lightninger. The two of them were stunned after receiving the documents. Lilia even asked, "So, you're already researching a new topic?" Lloyd replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Do you want to stay where you are? The world of magical machinery is vast and boundless. We've only just begun, and you're already trying to slack off. Let me tell you, what you hold in your hands are all revolutionary magical machines. Once they're manufactured, we'll gain more than just money, we'll gain status. Even centuries from now, we'll leave a significant mark on history books because of these magical machines, and countless descendants will sing our praises. So, for all this, can you still sleep?" Douglas Hill looked at the documents in his hand, then at Lloyd. Then back at the documents. He said, "I know perfectly well you're using me as a laborer, but I'm actually thrilled." With that, he turned and left, decisively, even hastily. Lilia also reached Loy, tilted her head back, took the documents, and turned to leave as well. Luoya suddenly realized something and quickly said, "Lilia, my love, I've come to take you back. No, I can focus on my studies here. Going home, you're always causing trouble. So, I'm not leaving. No, you can't leave me." Capitalist Tactics. Chapter 120, Police Department. In the end, Loy couldn't bring Lilia back, leaving him feeling abandoned. This woman, despite her small stature and soft body, was perfectly proportioned. Anyway, I digress. Although she was a woman, she didn't just treat magical machinery as a job, she genuinely loved it, was captivated by it, enjoyed it, and was even obsessed with it. Simply put, it was true love. After leaving the Moonstone Mage Tower, Loy's back was filled with loneliness. He'd finally found a girlfriend, but he'd ruined their relationship. He didn't know who to complain to. However, he rallied his spirits and went back into the ancient Spirit Mage Tower. One issue is the repair of his top-tier magical armor, the Double Serpent Scale armor. He needed to have a serious talk with Lady Linda. Repairing it was definitely necessary, but he wondered if its safety could be further enhanced. At least, it needed to withstand at least 10 minutes of heavy fire before he could feel truly safe. Then there are the various magical potions for cultivation, which he needs to obtain in another batch. Even for those potion masters, the quantity that Roy and Olivero require is considerable, so they practically have to deliver them as soon as they're made to supply the two of them. Next, Roy needs to learn the crafting of special bullets from Gary Mills for an hour. Roy's training in his magic gunslinger skills has reached a bottleneck. Mainly, he hasn't had time to practice Eagle Eye, his field of vision is limited, and he can't learn ultra-long-range sniping. The sniper rifle that Gary Mills concocted only guarantees shooting distance and accuracy. It doesn't even have a scope, relying purely on the sharpness of his Eagle Eye. Then there's the hand-to-hand balance skill, which is also a slow and painstaking process. Even with daily training, Roy is only making slight improvements. As for rapid fire and gun maintenance, they aren't particularly difficult, but they don't effectively improve combat power. Therefore, the only skill he can learn is the crafting of special bullets. He had already learned how to make holy water bullets and silver water bullets. These two types were relatively simple, mainly involving filling the bullets with specially prepared holy water and silver water. However, the ice bullets and fire bullets, while not involving magic rune inscription, required unique magical materials. Therefore, their manufacturing cost was not low, and they involved magical reactions, so he had to be careful when learning them. However, with Roy's experience in concocting secret potions and Deep Blue's help, the final result was simply a matter of practice makes perfect. Roy had already given the task. Once they had all learned them, Deep Blue would activate the data analysis module to iterate and improve the bullet's power. Furthermore, after that night's events, Gary Mills and Roy's relationship had clearly grown much closer. If before it was just about buying a skill, now there was a genuine master-disciple bond. Therefore, he was even more dedicated to training Roy. For this purpose, he obtained another sum of gold from Roy and then went to the outskirts of Auckland to look for a suitable place. To truly master marksmanship, you have to be fed bullets, until you're sick of them, before you can be considered a true expert. However, the shooting range at Philint Magic Academy is far too small and cramped. Therefore, Gary Mills plans to build him a private shooting range outside the city, equipped with all sorts of training gear for better results. Even the magic cannon will be available for Roy to handle. Well, the difference between genuine and feigned enthusiasm is stark. With Gary Mills so proactive, Roy dares not slack off, so he's already purchasing and preparing the Eagle Eye elixir. As long as Auckland remains stable for a while, the training of Eagle Eye will be on the agenda. Amidst this busy activity, the damage and aftershocks of the conflict between the old and new nobles gradually dissipate in Auckland. The shadow cast by the Divine Grace Festival also vanishes after Jiss's death. With Baron Miller Petrovich's various policies, some gentle and some ruthless, Auckland enjoyed a long-awaited period of peace. The most talked about event during this time was actually the reform of the city guard. As a staunch supporter of the Hohenzollern family, Baron Miller naturally supported the imperial decrees without hesitation. Furthermore, the city guard's reputation was already infamous. The numerous events that had occurred in Auckland recently had vividly demonstrated their incompetence. Therefore, removing them from military service and converting them into police force was inevitable. Although a large portion of the police were still the same personnel, They were no longer under the military but were now under the management of the Imperial Ministry of the Interior. Their duties no longer involved warfare and defending the country. Instead, their main tasks became maintaining public order, ensuring the safety of the people's living environment, and combating crime. In other words, if the city's security deteriorated, the governing council could hold them accountable, instead of having to push the problem to the military and encounter various forms of cover-ups. This simple change in affiliation brought about a dramatic transformation. Miller, generally a relatively mild-mannered man, used his ruthlessness almost exclusively on the city guard. Within the original city guard, some were arrested for accepting bribes, some for dereliction of duty, and others for inaction. The rest, naturally, trembled with fear. Then, he filled the ranks with a group of young, energetic soldiers who had just retired from the 7th Legion, untouched by the corrupting influence of the underworld. Their leader was none other than a member of the Petrovich family, a retired major, decisive and ruthless. With a single move, he crushed several gangs, such as the Bloodhand Gang, wiping them out completely and significantly improving the security situation. Of course, as long as not everyone has enough to eat, the underworld will always exist, but their fear of the police department was undeniable. The destruction of these gangs brought considerable stability to Auckland, a situation attributed to Baron Miller's effective governance. It's worth noting that, over time, the reputation of the magic power forging machine has truly taken off. The few units shipped out of town have received rave reviews, leading to more orders from mage towers. Although it's only 1 or 2 units at a time, the fact that magic power mechanics approve of it is a testament to its quality. As a result, blacksmith guilds from other cities have come to inspect the machine, and they have no complaints about it. After all, the efficiency improvement is simply too significant and impeccable. Their only complaint is the exorbitant price, bordering on ridiculous, but Lloyd shows no intention of lowering the price. Why would he lower the price when he has an exclusive sale and a monopolistic business? At most, he might offer an extra year of maintenance and some original parts for key components. This would simplify repairs considerably. In fact, a crucial point is that while the machine is expensive to buy, that's just the beginning. Repairs will be even more expensive. Engineers had to be hired from the factory, and basically, their fees started being calculated the day they left. A day's work could cost more than a worker's monthly salary. The spare parts were even more exorbitantly expensive. As for Damon Grayson, Lloyd's assessment was spot on. He obediently paid to upgrade his magic forging machine to the 3rd generation. Although it seemed like just changing a button, he didn't know that Lelia had personally taken charge, tinkering with it for a long time, constantly adjusting and making sure everything was in order. The results satisfied Damon greatly. It solved his immediate problem. Thus, this sum of 3,000 gold tires became extra income for the Lightning Magic Machinery Factory. Why 3,000 gold tires? Because all subsequent magic forging machines needed upgrading. 100 gold tires per machine, 30 machines would amount to 3,000. Douglas Hill was stunned for a long time after learning this. He came from humble beginnings, and after becoming wealthy, he developed a strong love for money. He never imagined making money could be so easy. Compared to a professional businessman like Luo Yi, he seemed utterly inept. Time passed swiftly amidst these mundane tasks, and before he knew it, it was the end of May in Auckland. The weather warmed considerably in May, and Luo Yi returned to his normal busy life. Cultivation, meditation, marksmanship practice, refining his battle aura, his strength steadily improved, and he watched his businesses grow steadily. The only slight drawback was that Luo Yi hadn't received any inquiries from the military. Clearly, the magic-powered forging machine wasn't on the military's procurement list. However, he wasn't disappointed, because he believed it was only a matter of time. He just didn't know what kind of machine it would be. As for Douglas and Lelia's research, it was still progressing, and at this stage, there were no key achievements. And this was the normal state of scientific research. Scientific research required both luck and accumulation. Just when Roy felt the situation in Auckland was becoming increasingly clear and he was finally ready to hone his eagle-eye technique, Baron Miller Petrovich came knocking. His opening line was a bombshell. "Roy, your win-win plan has been submitted," attracting His Majesty's attention and causing turmoil within the cabinet. "Soon, I will be heading to the capital. Sorry, I'm late today. Time is a bit tight." Chapter 121, Soul-Stabilizing Incense. 19 Via Lombardy, 2nd floor. In the living room, Roy had just pushed the snacks and tea next to Miller when he was taken aback by Miller's words. He didn't speak immediately, but remained silent for a moment before saying, "So, you're really prepared to get involved in the vortex of the Empire's inner circle?" Miller was very happy, truly very happy, because Roy's first reaction wasn't anything else but concern for his safety. The inner circle of the Empire naturally represented immense power, even more so given the prestige of the Habsburg Empire in the Old World. That power almost reached its pinnacle, drawing countless people like moths to flame. But equally, the danger far exceeded that of this small city. Once Miller stepped in, it was hard to say whether he could escape. Miller didn't reply immediately. Instead, he took a sip of tea before saying, I know, but precisely because I know, I must go. This is my own choice, and I must forge ahead. Besides, since the win-win model can cause such a stir, although it certainly affects the interests of some, it also means it's attractive to many." Saying this, Miller looked up at Luo Yi and said, "Here, I must apologize to you. After all, this was your idea, your thought, but it became my stepping stone. I owe you something." Luo Yi waved her hand dismissively. "We're friends, this is nothing. Besides, you should be able to see that I pursue the path of legend and enjoy the pleasure of making money. But to ask me to get involved in politics, to scheme against those old foxes, to handle complex and daunting affairs and interpersonal relationships, just thinking about it makes me despair." Listening to Luo Yi's vivid description, Miller couldn't help but laugh, but the next second, he said seriously, "Luo Yi, my friend, I need your help. Can I write to you after I get to the capital? Compared to me, you understand your proposed win-win model better. I can handle those old foxes myself, but when it comes to this kind of thing, I hope to get your wisdom. Write a letter." Luo Yi frowned. "Isn't that possible? Isn't the letter a bit slow? By the time it arrives, it'll be too late." "Don't worry about that. There's a small communication magic array in the governing hall. Although it doesn't support instant communication, it can still transmit letters." Long ago, Luo Yi had been troubled by the fact that things like radar, radio, and telephone seemed to be completely absent in this world. This made communication seem like a huge gap. But after learning more, he realized that it wasn't that they were missing, but rather that magic had replaced them. Magic had developed to a certain level over the years, and while magical machinery had some similarities to the Industrial Revolution that Luo Yi knew about, however, the development trajectory wasn't exactly the same. Therefore, magic filled a large part of the gap, especially in communications. Fixed-type communication magic arrays, for example, were found in almost every city in the Empire, and there was only one. The one inside the government hall was connected to the magical network of the Imperial Ministry of the Interior. And the Imperial Evidence Daily, for instance, was published simultaneously because it also had its own teleportation magic array. Hearing this, Roy readily agreed. He really didn't care about lifting a finger. But Baron Miller was very happy. He even stood up and hugged Roy, thanking him for his help, and promising to reciprocate with the friendship of the Petrovich family. Don't think this is nothing, like empty promises. In reality, the value of these words far exceeds that. Roy was also very happy, because he felt like he had given another push at the forefront of the times. After sitting for a while, Miller chatted with Roy about his various arrangements after entering the capital, then took his leave. Roy saw him to the door, and the two hugged again at the door, smiling and saying goodbye, unnoticed by many onlookers. Undoubtedly, this further solidified Luo Yi's position in Auckland. Now, it seems no one would dare to provoke him. With strength and influence, he could truly live in peace. Miller left, actually departing that very day, his carriage rumbling out of the city towards the capital. The journey was perilous, but also held great opportunities. He might just soar to the top. However, Luo Yi didn't dwell on it for long, because Deep Blue, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly gave him a hint. 2 in a row, truly major pieces of good news. At number 18 Lombard Street, in the meditation room, Luo Yi took out a green meditation elixir, lit it with an open flame, and saw a faint smoke rise, filling his nostrils. So, Luo Yi sat cross-legged, inhaling the slightly cool fragrance, feeling his mind becoming increasingly clear, all distracting thoughts disappearing. Then, he began to outline the basic meditation runes, his speed far surpassing what it used to be. In the void, streaks of golden light flashed, tracing intricate patterns that ultimately formed a 6-pointed star ray. A drop of liquid fell into the dark void, creating ripples that seemed to reach the ends of the earth. Luo Yi experienced this sensation, trying a second, a third, a fourth, until the fifth time, when he finally broke free from that state and abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, Luo Yi was no longer the novice he once was. His basic meditation was almost at LV3. The efficiency of his meditation, the speed of accumulating magic power, and even the time it took to enter a meditative state were all far superior to before. Most importantly, he could now enter a meditative state without relying on elixirs, a significant leap forward. However, to say that elixirs were ineffective at this point was not true. Elixirs were elixirs, using them made it easier to enter a deep meditative state, and the effect was far greater than the sum of its parts. Therefore, Luo Yi used them almost continuously, and the speed of magic power accumulation increased rapidly. He harbored an ambition, perhaps one day, he too could break free from the shackles of a mage apprentice and establish his own magical space. Indeed, even in his dreams, he only dared to become a full-fledged mage, a second tier 1. He hadn't dared to aspire to anything higher. This clearly demonstrates just how poor Luo Yi's mage aptitude truly was. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Shenlan had finally found a substitute for ambergris. Actually, Luo Yi was quite satisfied after concocting the meditation potion. Finding a substitute was just an idea, not something he cared much about. But for Shenlan, a task was a task. Luo Yi didn't care, but he executed it flawlessly. Every day, Luo Yi would spend about half an hour experimenting with various combinations at his request. After so long, Luo Yi had given up hope. But then the results appeared. Ambergris was precious, but foxtail grass was everywhere. This thing wasn't even a medicinal ingredient, it was just the most common wild grass. But this foxtail grass, after removing the seeds and roots, only the middle part, once accumulated to a certain amount, can be directly squeezed to extract its juice. Remember, it cannot be heated, boiled, or crushed, doing so will render it ineffective. Only the squeezed juice can replace ambergris to create this green meditation potion. To be honest, its effects are somewhat lacking. It cannot achieve a state of perfect purity and tranquility. However, it can still stabilize the soul and clear away distracting thoughts, thus allowing for a better entry into a meditative state. Therefore, Luo Yi calls it the soul-stabilizing incense. In Luo Yi's assessment, it's about 70% as effective as the soul-soothing incense, but in terms of cost, it can be reduced to 1/20th. This price is affordable for most working-class people, and most importantly, the raw materials are easy to find, allowing for mass production. However, looking at the green spice in his hand, Luo Yi hesitated. Because he knew better than anyone else what this thing could do. If the Habsburg Empire had this and promoted it on a large scale, it could train a large number of magic apprentices in the shortest possible time. By then, it's possible that anyone could wield a magically powered weapon. Then, the entire population would be mobilized. The military strength of the Habs Empire would increase dramatically, followed by the development of magical machinery, dumping of goods, increased tariffs, and constant friction. Finally, when the distribution of benefits is uneven, the only solution will be the most direct one, war. A war that will engulf the old world. Inside the secret room, Luo Yi shivered and immediately decided that it was best not to release the soul-stabilizing incense yet. Keep it hidden, keep it hidden. There are many ways to make money, there's no need to choose such a dangerous path. Calming herself, Luo Yi immediately said, Deep Blue, didn't you say you had some good news? Deep Blue replied, the iteration of Divine Psi has made progress. Really? Hearing this, Luo Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Second update, delivered. Chapter 122, Eagle Eye Technique. It's been some time since Luo Yi drank the sacred lava elixir. Given Shenlan's abilities, he should have already seen results. But the reality is, in all this time, Luo Yi's breathing technique has been optimized and iterated over 30 times. Anyway, Luo Yi wouldn't know without checking the back-end records. He only knows that every time he makes progress, Shenlan provides a new version, optimized to fit his physique and constitution. But this, secret sacred technique, Divine Psi, is still the original version, without any changes. Luo Yi asked several times, but to no avail, and eventually, he stopped asking. After all, the original version was quite effective. He could clearly feel the progress, the molten lava-like heat within his heart growing thicker and thicker, so he wasn't in such a hurry. Unexpectedly, just when he had almost forgotten about it, Shenlan brought it up again. However, Deep Blue remained silent in the face of Luo Yi's question. After a long pause, he said, "Master, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This secret sacred technique is indeed extraordinary. I've analyzed it for months using your body data, but I haven't found a good way to optimize it or a good entry point. Every time I try to strengthen one aspect, it leads to an imbalance in other aspects. The result is that I gain nothing but losses." Luo Yi didn't quite understand and asked again, "Explain in more detail." Deep Blue paused before saying, "It's like a wooden bucket. It's perfectly fine and can hold water. But when you try to lengthen one piece of wood, you can't increase its volume because the other pieces become too short. That's the result. I want to make divine Psi even better, but other aspects become unbalanced, to the point that the entire secret sacred technique becomes unusable. Master, the creator of this sacred technique must have a far greater understanding of the human body, battle key, and the extraordinary than I can imagine. Therefore, all my analysis and calculations seem like amateurish attempts." This was the first time Luo Yi had heard such high praise, which left him somewhat stunned. But then he realized something was wrong and asked, "No, I don't understand what you're saying. Why bring it up if there are no results? Are you just trying to annoy me?" "Of course not," Shenlan continued. "What I'm trying to say is that this sacred technique is already perfect and doesn't need optimization. However, based on it, we can actually develop many more incredible abilities. For example, the pressure that accompanies the heartbeat of a giant beast, I think if developed properly, could actually form an ability similar to Dragon's Might. Also, the ripples in the air that spread outwards in circles seem useless, but if we can strengthen them to the extreme, they might become a defensive measure. Besides that, there are many other directions with infinite possibilities. It just depends on how we want to strengthen them." Luo Yi realized what he meant and was somewhat speechless. He said, "Can't you just say what you need? Aren't you annoyed by all this beating around the bush, secret sacred techniques, or other powerful battle key techniques? I need enough information to fill in the gaps in my knowledge before I can conduct in-depth analysis." Luo Yi's lips twitched, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You think battle aura techniques are as common as cabbages? Or do you think secret sacred techniques are everywhere? Those are the most treasured knowledge and resources of high-ranking nobles, royalty, certain secret organizations, and even the church. Where am I supposed to get them for you?" Easy for you to say. It was only because the Habs Empire, in order to promote enlightenment and cultivate more mechanical talent, that they declassified a lot of knowledge, which led to the existence of the Fillant Magic Academy's library. That's astonishing. Moreover, although the books inside are numerous, they have undergone rigorous selection, revealing only fragments of many secret information. There's no more detailed information. Things like magical knowledge and magical mechanical structures are the most treasured knowledge systems of the Mage Tower. Besides that, Luo Yi couldn't find another channel to obtain a large amount of information, let alone battle aura techniques and secret sacred techniques. Deep Blue seemed to realize his request was a bit excessive, and he quickly said, "Master, I know it's difficult. I just wanted to tell you it's possible. If there's relevant information, I might be able to deduce even more powerful combat techniques. So, just keep an eye out when you have the chance. If not, then that's fine." Luo Yi thought for a moment and could only say, "Let's wait for an opportunity." Perhaps heaven was finally beginning to favor this poor city. Since the riot, things had finally stabilized. In fact, due to the continued development and expansion of the magic energy factory, it absorbed a lot of people, resulting in a significant increase in the number of people with jobs. Having an income, enough to eat and wear, and something to look forward to, that's what ordinary people could feel happy about. It was a very simple and basic wish, but unfortunately, it was not easy to achieve. And when people had jobs, naturally, the security situation improved a lot. This was especially evident after Baron Miller Petrovich left. Luo Yi finally enjoyed a period of peace, and it was clear that this period of peace would last longer. Therefore, he did not hesitate to choose to cultivate the core skill of the Eagle Eye School, Eagle Eye Technique. In the secret chamber, Lilia looked at the murky liquid in her hand and asked, "Are you really sure? I've been preparing for so long, and you're asking me if I've made up my mind. But this kind of eye technique is still somewhat dangerous to cultivate. It might cause permanent damage to the eyeballs, which would be a huge loss. Besides, you've already chosen the path of a warrior. Do you really have to also be a magic gunner?" Loy smiled. You don't understand. In this era, I need to know more. Besides, this secret medicine isn't as dangerous as you think. I'm confident in my abilities. So, use it. Use it. When Gary Mills taught Roy the eagle eye technique, he explained the dangers of this skill in detail. Although it has been optimized over countless years, some people still have a rejection reaction to this secret medicine, like an allergy, unable to adapt. Moreover, the blood vessels in the eyes are extremely delicate and fragile. When strengthening and channeling battle key, a single mistake could cause irreversible damage. Therefore, this skill is truly not something everyone can learn. However, Luo Yi was absolutely certain, which is why he was so decisive. First, the secret medicine was an optimized version by Deep Blue, with subtle adjustments to the proportions of herbs to better suit Luo Yi's constitution. Allergic reactions were out of the question. Second, although the amount of pure battle ki was much less, it provided a natural advantage in control. He could achieve precise control. Finally, with the help of the learning module, Luo Yi had practiced it hundreds of times, almost making it muscle memory, so he had plenty of confidence. Seeing his certainty, Lilia finally stopped objecting. She raised her hand, pressed it against Luo Yi's face, slightly parted his eyelids, and then dripped the medicine into his eyes. The pale green, cloudy medicine fell into his pupils, sending waves of heat through him, followed by stinging pain, as if his entire eyeballs were on fire. Luo Yi's face twitched, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Continue." Lilia immediately pried open his other eyelid and dripped the secret medicine. This time, her hand trembled slightly, and too much medicine dripped down from the corner of his eye. This time, Luo Yi couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his eyes tightly closed, feeling the burning pain in his eyeballs. Then, a soft embrace buried his head in her chest. Luo Yi took a deep breath and smelled a woman's fragrance, intoxicating. Although he didn't open his eyes, Luo Yi knew that Lilia was burying his head in her chest because she saw his pain. Luo Yi took a deep breath, trying to invigorate himself, and then guided the pure battle ki to flow rapidly through his blood vessels. He concentrated his consciousness to guide the ki into the blood vessels in his pupils. The blood vessels in the eyeballs are not much stronger than capillaries, but only with a secret medicine can these blood vessels be enlarged as much as possible. Then, the battle ki can enter more smoothly and circulate continuously along specific routes. Only then did the pain noticeably subside, and with each repetition of his battle ki circulation, it seemed to strengthen, becoming increasingly refreshing. Of course, the secret medicine still had side effects. The process of his eyes enduring the battle ki and the medicinal liquid would cause temporary blindness. This was something that couldn't be resolved. Even Shen Lan, after calculating for a long time, couldn't provide an effective solution, so he could only endure this dangerous period. Only after fully adapting could he be considered to have mastered the eagle eye technique. But even so, it didn't stop Shen Lan from providing motivation for Luo Yi. For example, right now, although his eyes were tightly closed, a pale blue light screen seemed to be unfolding in the darkness. On the attribute panel, a line of text was gradually appearing, Eagle Eye Technique LV1, 1/100. This was clearly a blatant temptation, and Luo Yi gritted his teeth and persevered. An hour later, the cultivation finally ended. Luo Yi cautiously opened his eyes, blinked, and felt that the world had never been so clear, the colors so distinct. The effect of the Eagle Eye Technique was truly immediate. I've been very busy these past few days and haven't had time for extra updates. Please forgive me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Growth. As life became more stable, time seemed to accelerate. June flew by, July passed in a flash, and even the summer vacation in August couldn't stop the passage of time. Indeed, the summer vacation at the Magic Academy was only a month long, much shorter, and the weather wasn't too hot. In September, Philint Magic Academy reopened, and Luo Yi was already a second-year student. With his strength, wealth, achievements, and status, he no longer needed a Philint Magic Academy graduation certificate to embellish his resume. However, Luo Yi had no intention of dropping out. He loved the atmosphere at Philint Magic Academy. Compared to the scheming and backstabbing among those old foxes, the young people here were full of energy. Here, he could feel inner peace and enter a meditative state. Of course, he also became a spectacle at Fillet Magic Academy. Every morning, when he practiced his sword, he attracted countless eyes. Every now and then, the layers of mock rings he created resembled a tornado, astonishing many onlookers. This wasn't intentional on Luo Yi's part. At his level, sometimes even a casual sword strike could create extraordinary phenomena. Besides, Luo Yi started taking classes seriously. You heard right, he started listening. Although he was still selectively choosing courses, this time, Luo Yi wasn't relying on Deep Blue, but on his own learning abilities, trying to understand the content related to magic and mechanics. From the four elemental planes of earth, fire, wind, and water, to the extraction function of the magic energy pool, from the consumption of the wilderness stone to the amount of magic energy it provides, from the structure of the universal power machine to the method of engraving magic runes on lapis lazuli. In the second year, choosing magic mechanics allowed him to access a lot of substantial content. While it wouldn't turn him into a mechanical expert, completing the course would definitely make him a qualified engineer. Luo Yi also knew that true understanding came from his own experience. He couldn't rely entirely on others for magic mechanics in the future. Therefore, he calmed down and began to seriously understand and learn the content. It must be said, he truly gained something. Take, for example, the realm of magical machinery. The magical energy pool itself cannot drive the machinery, instead, it relies on a universal power unit. This universal power unit contains a design similar to an internal combustion engine. An imbalance of the four elements within magical energy causes energy expansion. Then, the collision and contraction of this energy causes the universal power unit to operate, converting magical energy into kinetic energy to drive various machines. This is the basic theory. However, almost all magical machinery also has magical runes distributed on it. These are equivalent to a control system, requiring magical resonance to guide its operation. This entire theory is perfectly self-consistent. Clearly, even magic has its own set of logic. Then there's lapis lazuli, which deserves a detailed explanation. Magical runes need a carrier, and while there are many carriers for magical energy, lapis lazuli is the most durable, has excellent magical energy conductivity, is abundant, and is the cheapest. Therefore, this material has become the most commonly used mechanical material as a carrier for magical runes. To explain it to Luo Yi, this thing is like an electrical wire, connecting machines to each other to achieve various functions. As her studies deepened, Luo Yi found herself truly immersed in it, becoming increasingly interested. It's worth mentioning that during this time, Mira Greenman also made a choice. After touring the Magic Academy, this woman surprisingly didn't choose any courses, instead opting for the extremely niche subject of statistics. The Magic Academy, after all, is a university, training various talents for society. Although it primarily focuses on magical machinery, it's not limited to it. For example, the ancient mage tower also recruits traditional magicians, offering various types of spells, potions, and traditional alchemy. There are also courses in areas such as law, medicine, agriculture, and economics. After all, society is diverse and needs many talents, not just magicians. As for statistics, in practical terms, it's an accounting profession, involving bookkeeping, recording income and expenditure, and tax payment. In addition, she also learned etiquette from Butler Hoover, managing shops and farms, and hosting banquets. She also learned from Maruna how to do business, manage a factory, recruit staff, and handle trivial matters. With her magical power, comparable to Tier 1 LV5, she only chose a magical firearm for self-defense. Nothing more. Loi was satisfied with her choice because she knew exactly what she needed, and even more so, what Loi needed. It must be said, Loi increasingly felt this woman was extraordinary, possessing the potential to succeed. The only drawback was that the research by Douglas and Lelia hadn't made any substantial progress. Instead, a large amount of raw materials had been wasted. However, the magical forging machine was selling better and better, with more and more orders and faster payments, so these experimental losses didn't matter. The Lightning Magic Machinery Factory recruited 10 more mage apprentices to expand the factory's production scale. And Loi's strength, through the accumulation of time and his persistent training, had also made significant progress. This was his growth. October 3rd, New Divine Calendar 311. Auckland, outside the city, at Mills Shooting Range. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out incessantly, puffs of smoke exploding as Roy leaped across the range, sometimes like a whirlwind sweeping past, sometimes like a falling leaf drifting in the wind. Agile, swift, and graceful, he occasionally displayed unexpected and unpredictable movements, making him utterly unpredictable. In his hands, 2 guns fired simultaneously, spitting fire, reloading endlessly. Birds took flight in the air, along with flying saucers, arrows, knives, guns, and various other debris. Roy's eyes shone brightly, seemingly radiating light, his pupils constantly shifting, dilating, contracting, rotating, locking onto targets. While not quite as sharp as Gary Mills's eagle eye, Roy's version was a heavily optimized version from Deep Blue, possessing even greater sensitivity. The incoming objects were constantly locked onto in his field of vision, and finally, shot after shot, they were all destroyed. The harmless debris was left untouched. His marksmanship was now vastly different. And the eagle eye technique, as expected of the core skill of the eagle eye school, provided a tremendous boost to marksmanship once mastered. It could be said that with eagle eye, a true marksman was a marksman, otherwise, they were merely skilled at firing a gun. Having done all this, Luo Yi didn't stop, drawing his dawn rapier again. This time, however, he held the sword in his left hand, giving it a slight tremor, causing the blade to vibrate. Amidst a soft hum, mock rings rose along the blade, like a golden light enveloping a white wave of air. Raising his hand, he unleashed a slash, a streak of light cutting through the air, sweeping across dozens of meters before dissipating. Where it passed, it carved a deep furrow in the ground. This sword strike was something Luo Yi had been able to do long ago, but that was with his right hand. Now, he was wielding the sword with his left. Immediately afterward, Luo Yi demonstrated swift thrusts, V-shaped instant kills, and other sword techniques, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and powerful. Finally, he tossed the sword, and dawn transformed into a golden beam, shooting out and embedding itself in a large tree more than 10 meters away. The tree, which required 2 people to encircle, was pierced by the rapier, the tip protruding and disappearing into its trunk. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 1 or 2 holes. The once magnificent tree was now utterly ravaged. Having done all this, Luo Yi leaped up again, landing with both hands on a dark cannon barrel. Magic was activated, magical runes lit up, and eventually spread to the location of the magic crystal. Luo Yi's eyes shone brightly as he stared intently at a mound of earth 100 meters away, mentally assessing wind speed and humidity, fine-tuning the angle. Boom! With a deafening roar, the magic cannon shuddered, spewing flames as it propelled the shell forward. The explosion reverberated 100 meters away, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing outwards. However, this shot missed slightly. The mound of earth remained, but a large crater had appeared nearby. So, Luo Yi reloaded, adjusted, activated his magic, and fired. Boom! This time, the mound was obliterated. But Luo Yi wasn't satisfied. He continued loading shells, fine-tuning the angle, and firing. He repeated this 4 times, firing 3 shots at the mound 400 meters away before finally destroying it. Luo Yi finally stopped. His actions were incredibly fast and practiced, leaving almost no time to breathe, yet he completed the task successfully. Note that this was all his own achievement, without relying on Deep Blue's abilities. If he had activated the scanning module to lock onto the target and used the data analysis module to calculate the cannon's angle, the accuracy would have been even greater, and the power even more considerable. However, at this stage, there really wasn't an enemy worth doing this for. At this moment, Luo Yi felt a bit smug. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, looking at Gary Mills beside him, and asked, "Teacher, how did I do this time?" Gary's lips couldn't help but curl up, but he still said, "So, you've got the basics, you'll need to practice more in the future." "I know," Luo Yi replied, but he didn't take his words to heart at all. Instead, he looked at his attribute panel with a smug smile. Everyone else could deceive him, but the attribute panel was the most honest name: Roy Roy Fitz. Race, human, hero template, class, wind chaser swordsman, Tier 2 LV10, magic gunner, Tier 2 LV6, strength, 18, 1/100, agility, 22, 10/100, constitution, 20, 9/100, perception, 14, 99 out of 100, intelligence, 14, 89/100, awakened talents, deadly threat, Swift as the wind, divine sigh, behemoth's heartbeat combat skills, swift sword technique LV8, 99/100, cheetah breathing technique, accumulation LV5, 30/100, cheetah breathing technique, refinement LV6, 99 out of 100, wind chaser step LV6, 99/100, swift thrust LV6, 99/100, V-shot instant kill LV6, 99/100, sky piercing /LV4, 80/100, gunner skills, basic meditation LV3, 99 out of 100, eagle eye LV2, 29/100, heads on balance LV3, 29/100, rapid fire LV6, 99/100, weapon maintenance LV6, 99/100, secret sacred skill, divine psi LV1, 70/100, other skills, old world knowledge LV3, herbal identification LV6, 10/100, alchemy LV4, 55/100, created secret potions, Roy Fitz warrior's elixir, meditation elixir, witty stats and skills. Roy thinks it's already ridiculously luxurious. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Chapter 124 The Situation in the Capital. It has to be said that the surprise the hero template brought to Luo Yi was extremely exaggerated. For the first time, Luo Yi realized that his second-tier combatant's attributes could actually break through the 20-point cap, reaching an astonishing 22 points. And that wasn't even the limit. The pure battle aura's body refining effect had reached an almost exaggerated level. Furthermore, the cultivation and progress of meditation techniques had significantly improved his perception and intelligence, no longer weaknesses he couldn't overcome. And his skills, through continuous cultivation and comprehension, were gradually reaching their limits. This was true for swordsmanship, and also for certain spear techniques. It could be said that most extraordinary individuals couldn't compare to him. Going further, each step forward required not only effort but also comprehension. That kind of comprehension of swordsmanship, a thorough understanding of certain principles, required a stroke of luck. At this moment, Luo Yi had reached the limit of second-tier LV10, one more step forward and he would be a third-tier extraordinary individual. But he wasn't in a hurry. On one hand, his pure battle aura wasn't yet perfected. Reaching LV6, 99 out of 100, would be the best opportunity to take that next step. Currently, this was his last weakness, but there was no way around it. Pure battle aura accumulation was just that slow. Even though Luo Yi had maxed out his cultivation progress, using the best potions, supplements, and breathing techniques, he still couldn't accumulate pure battle aura to its limit in such a short time. On the other hand, Luo Yi still had some ambition. Oliveira wanted to refine his battle aura a second time, and he naturally wanted to as well. Currently, every heartbeat sent molten, scorching battle aura flowing through his body, bringing boundless power. He couldn't even imagine how powerful this battle aura would become if refined again. Moreover, based on the previous battle, Luo Yi was extremely confident in himself. Even third-tier transcendents, those weaker than him, were no match for him, unless it was someone like Oliveira. But someone like Oliveira was an extremely rare existence among third-tier transcendents. Looking back, from his transmigration in July of the new divine calendar 310 to now, a full year and 3 months have passed. Luo Yi finally feels like he's in control of his own life. Strength brings a profound sense of security. Just as Luo Yi was deep in thought, hurried footsteps approached. He frowned slightly, looked up, and saw Ang striding forward. Although Ang was still relatively young, he had grown considerably. His slender frame was slightly thinner, his face now sported some downy hair and freckles, and he wore a sharp gentleman's suit with a sword at his waist, moving with a swift and decisive air. Of course, the biggest change was in his eyes, now bright and calm. It's often said that one is influenced by one's company, and this former beggar, the leader of a group of orphans, was no longer the same. And in his hand, he held a letter. Upon seeing this, Loy asked, "Is this a letter from Baron Miller?" Ang had already approached, stopped, and nodded slightly. "Yes, the Consulate General sent someone to 19 Lombard Street. I received it and brought it over directly." He then handed over the sealed letter with both hands. Loy took it. Looking at the clearly visible iris pattern on the gold-lacquered seal. The iris was the coat of arms of the Petrovich family. As a family with a relatively short history, they weren't particularly powerful, and their direct descendants were few. Previously, the most prominent member was Lord Dalton, the head of the Petrovich family, and now, it was Baron Miller, Dorothy's chosen successor. This letter represented Baron Miller's will. Of course, their correspondence was already quite common. Since Miller went to the capital, for over 4 months, they had exchanged letters almost every few days. By now, there were no fewer than 100. These letters allowed Luo Yi, despite not going to the capital, to gain some understanding of the power struggles and factions within the empire's upper echelons. However, Luo Yi didn't read the letters here. Instead, she turned her head slightly and said, "Professor Gary, let's rest for a bit, then let's go to the cabin, let's go." This firing range was carefully selected by Gary Mills, who purchased the land and built it specifically for it. Surrounded by dense forests, it minimized sound transmission, ensuring that even a large commotion wouldn't alert the 7th Mixed Legion. Only here could Luo Yi freely use the magic-powered cannons. Otherwise, did he really think the Imperial military was a bunch of useless idiots? In addition, there were various specialized training equipment, such as frisbees, targets, moving targets, and a small armory. Inside were various magic-powered firearms that Gary Mills had acquired through his own channels, almost all of which were currently in service with the Habsburg Empire. In addition, there were also many civilian-modified models. After all, the gunsmiths in this world are mostly magic-powered mechanics. They have no shortage of magic power and naturally want to customize several magic-powered firearms for themselves. Therefore, there are actually more miscellaneous models than those currently in service. Of course, it was Loy who provided all of these. It was also here that Loy could train without restraint, and his skill proficiency was honed through bullets and shells. Occasionally, when Loy wanted to try his sword skills and needed to unleash his full potential, he would come here. The training room at 19 Lombard Street was simply too small. The Magic Academy's playground was large enough, but there were too many people, and he couldn't scare anyone. So, sometimes when he wanted to try powerful techniques, he had to run to this desolate wilderness, which was a happy problem. The 4 of them turned around, stepped onto the brick path, passed through a bamboo forest, and saw a small river. The river was not large, but the water was crystal clear, the stream flowed gently, fish swam around, and there were strange rocks at the bottom. A wooden bridge spanned the stream. Originally, it was just 2 pieces of wood, enough for a person to cross. But Luo Yi had it specially repaired, transforming it into a wooden bridge that exuded a more tranquil atmosphere. Beyond the bridge came a wooden house. Besides the main house, there were 2 more rooms on either side, along with an irrigation canal, a kitchen, a washroom, and a sizable basement. The guns and ammunition were actually stored in this basement, which was surrounded by an iron fence. A small garden was thus created, with many flowers planted on both sides and a bamboo trellis in the center, where some grapevines had been transplanted. As spring turned to autumn and year after year passed, the grapevines would climb the trellis, creating a unique and picturesque scene. This wooden house was naturally newly built. The blueprints were specially drawn by Luo Yi, a scene from his dreams. What he loved most was to sit after cultivating, set out a round table and chairs, and enjoy a quiet afternoon reading and drinking tea in the sunlight. Just thinking about it was wonderful. He cultivated diligently and even tried to earn money, all for the sake of enjoying life, wasn't it? Of course, he wasn't in the mood for that today. He strode into the cabin, kicked his boots aside, and stepped onto the cashmere blanket into the study. Oliveira was still standing beside Loy, silent. He would almost never speak unless spoken to, seemingly without any presence. But in reality, he was Loy's greatest protector. Gary Mills was also casual, finding a spot to sit and shaving his nails. Aang, on the other hand, was very attentive, busying himself with tasks like boiling water for tea and preparing food and snacks. Loy sat behind his desk, holding the letter, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he tapped the envelope with his finger, lost in thought. The forces on the old world were incredibly diverse, ranging from large to small states, some even serving as buffer zones between other powers, forming duchies. Although they were all human kingdoms, a unified government had never truly been established. As for the reasons, Luo Yi and Shen Lan had discussed them in depth, and they both agreed that there was no truly extraordinary individual who could unify the world. It was also because the Lord of Light, the Church of the Sun God, would not allow it. Of course, among these kingdoms, some were weak and relied on the strong for survival, while others were established empires with formidable power. Originally, the Habsburg Empire was not considered a major power, but since the birth of the Royal Society and its adoption of magic-powered machinery, it had been on a fast track. Of course, this Habsburg Empire, walking a path no one had ever trod before, also faced numerous problems and conflicts. Even in Auckland, a small city, there was a fierce struggle between royalists and the old nobility, a life-or-death struggle with heavy casualties. And as the center of all these conflicts, the capital city, you can imagine the turbulent situation there. Building a railway in Auckland was nothing special, even those important figures might not have considered it. But the win-win model truly won over Hohenzollern III, who ordered the cabinet to discuss it. On the cabinet side, the Minister of State for this matter was Duke Mon Vincent, but he was actually opposed to it. The reason was simple: although he understood the importance of transportation, he had served as Minister of State for many years, accumulating merit and a consistently good track record. Now, rashly introducing this new business model could potentially shake his base of support and even lead to uncontrollable consequences. Therefore, he didn't want the benefits and was unwilling to bear such great risks. However, Lloyd's reminder was quite insightful. Although Baron Miller had been rebuffed by him, he received strong support from Finance Minister Alton Franklin after visiting him. The reason was simple: although Finance Minister was also a veteran, having served His Majesty the Emperor for over 10 years and possessing rich experience, being Finance Minister in the Habsburg Empire was the most difficult job. The reason was simple: money was needed everywhere, and everyone was asking for it. He had practically shrunk his hair to the point of baldness for money. Now, Baron Miller has offered him a way to save money, and it's visibly going to save him a considerable amount, which naturally makes him extremely happy. Thus, Miller became embroiled in the conflict between these two, and to this day, there's still no resolution. Please subscribe. Would you all be willing to oblige? Chapter 125: Adding fuel to the fire. Did Miller really want to join the camp of Finance Secretary Alton Franklin? Lloyd knew better than anyone that he genuinely didn't. He wasn't stupid. The cabinet was headed by the Minister of State, whose power extended far beyond transportation, encompassing agriculture, commerce, education, and more. To oppose such a powerful figure would be presumptuous of Miller. The Finance Secretary, in charge of taxation, was the empire's purse, and everyone respected him. Even the heads of the imperial military had to curry favor. Even if their struggle ended badly, neither of them would be harmed. At most, they'd lose their positions and resign. But Miller, as the one who stood out, could be completely destroyed. However, if you want to do something, you need support. You inevitably have to get involved. You have to choose sides. This isn't something you can decide alone. It's the way politics works. For months, through these letters, Lloyd had witnessed Miller's frustration and helplessness, as well as his struggle and determination. He could no longer retreat from this path, so he could only move forward, and forward again. "Young master, your tea." Aang brought over a cup of black tea, startling Luo Yi awake. He nodded slightly, took a sip, and then casually picked up a small knife, making a swift cut. The blade sliced through the gold lacquer, opening the letter. Luo Yi took out the letter paper and found 3 pages filled with writing. Luo Yi unfolded the letter, squinted slightly, and quickly began to read. Reading a letter is about understanding the thoughts and feelings between the lines, so Luo Yi didn't like having Shenlan do it for him. It began with the usual greetings, and Baron Miller, in the tone of an old friend, casually recounted some recent observations to Luo Yi. Even though Luo Yi had never been to the capital, he had an impression of its prosperity, extravagance, skyscrapers, magic-powered streetlights, and even the magic-powered motorcycles running everywhere. Then came his experiences, encounters, and other observations during this period. He didn't know when it started, but he enjoyed having Lloyd advise him on certain people and matters, as if an outsider could see things more clearly. Lloyd had offered analysis several times while Miller was rambling on, and Miller's trust in Lloyd grew daily. Then came the real substance. With 4 months in hand, and Hohenzollern III overseeing things, progress was made. Miller had participated in 3 cabinet speeches and debates, facing questions and providing detailed analyses of the pros and cons of the win-win model. In the first 3 sessions, he had done his best and gained everyone's approval. Even with the capable ministers under his command, none could refute him. But this 4th time, surprisingly, the minister didn't directly oppose it. Instead, he presented a different plan. This plan was even more radical. completely abandoning the participation of state capital and advocating instead for private capital to be responsible for railway construction. Simply put, the empire designates routes, allowing wealthy merchants and nobles to compete for them. The empire selects the winners, providing policy and land support. The successful bidders then form companies to construct the railways. Naturally, these railways are privately owned, and every magical train running on them will have to pay for its construction. In short, it treats railways as a business. This approach naturally has many drawbacks. For example, everyone wants the important transportation hubs, but no one wants the more remote sections. Furthermore, if the railways are all contracted to individuals, quality becomes an issue, and the connections between sections need to be clearly defined. Otherwise, if the owner of a section disagrees, the railway is essentially broken, inevitably causing extremely negative consequences. These are things that Roy could think of, Miller could think of, and the empire's higher-ranking officials could foresee. However, political opinions sometimes don't care about right or wrong, only about which side you're on. If you're on a particular side, you must oppose when you should oppose and support when you should support. Your opinion is irrelevant. This is opposition for the sake of opposition. Of course, those people won't admit it, and the proposed plan does have a prototype. It's just that it wasn't on the old world, but on the new world. The new world was actually discovered many years ago. Then, in the War of the Gods, the sun god won the final victory and drove all the other races to this new continent. In terms of area, this continent isn't much smaller than the old world, and because there are so many races, they fight and unite. Nominally, a united government has been formed, but in reality, each state is highly autonomous, and each race has its own private territory. Such a place is incredibly chaotic, but even in chaos, there's order. And because they are the losers, the race driven out of the old world, they are both resentful and yearning. Especially the culture and knowledge of the old world, which they crave and aspire to. This can be considered a kind of admiration for strength. Therefore, while magical machinery hasn't become widespread in other countries of the old world, it has already been widely accepted in the new world. They even had a struggle between the canal faction and the railway faction, and their method of building railways was through private, full funding. These people, perhaps driven by their own needs or seeing a business opportunity, lobbied the federal government and obtained railway construction rights. However, the federal government was also afraid they would default on their payments. Therefore, they chose to have each individual build a section of the railway first, and only after confirming its quality would the empire release funding and land use rights for the next section. This process was repeated, and railways were built one after another, greatly reducing the empire's financial burden. Of course, it also fostered a number of railway tycoons. If the win-win model still had many uncertainties, this was real evidence, and the reason it caused such a stir within the empire. Miller didn't really care about this method, he just wanted to build the railways. But now that he was on the side of the finance minister, he couldn't back down. In fact, in Lloyd's opinion, the Minister of State might not have really wanted to promote private subway construction, he just wanted to put forward a proposal because Miller had. As long as they win, they have a say. The future, how far things can progress, is entirely up to them. The letter ended with an invitation, Miller's invitation, to go to the capital and lend him a hand. But Luo Yi knew he definitely wouldn't go. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. His small frame was naturally fearless in Auckland, but in the capital, he wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, he knew clearly that even if he went, he wouldn't make a difference. However, if you asked if there was any way to help Miller, Luo Yi actually had a very bold idea. In the Habs Empire's ruling system, the cabinet is responsible for specific affairs and reports to His Majesty the Emperor. The cabinet ministers mainly include the Minister of State Affairs, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Military Affairs, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Of course, things can't be done by just a few cabinet members, so each of them has their own team. And now, with the widespread adoption of magical machinery, the cabinet has added another position, called the Minister of Machinery. This was sent by the mysterious Royal Society, whose purpose was to promote and develop magical machinery. The Minister of Machinery had the authority to inquire about and decide anything related to this. This alone made his power ridiculously vast, especially considering he came from the Royal Society and enjoyed the deep trust of Hohenzollern III. If this person were to speak, then no problem would be insurmountable, Even the Minister of State wouldn't dare to obstruct him. Miller naturally couldn't persuade him, but Lloyd did have a bargaining chip. He could even imagine that this chip was something the Minister of Machinery couldn't refuse. Now, Lloyd was undecided whether to do it or not. Inside the cabin, Lloyd pondered for a long time. Even Olivera and Gary Mills noticed his hesitation. This was extremely rare for Lloyd, but the two exchanged a glance and remained silent. Because Lloyd didn't need their comfort, much less their opinions. They only needed to do their jobs. As darkness fell, the four did not leave but decided to spend the night in the cabin. The fireplace was lit, and the warmth from the flames filled the room. Olivera went out briefly and returned with 2 rabbits, which he skinned, bled, and gutted, then roasted over the fire. Butler Hoover then brought in other food, all meticulously prepared and arranged on the long table, creating an exceptionally lavish spread. Finally, there was wine from the basement, which they could drink freely. Lloyd drank his fill, becoming quite drunk. Taking advantage of his intoxication, Lloyd wrote a reply, attaching his thoughts to it. He even took out some green, calming spices and sealed them inside the letter. After doing all this, he seemed both drunk and remarkably sober. Now that we've entered this era, let its waves surge even stronger. Ha ha ha. Countless years from now, who would have known that I was the one who made that crucial move, requesting votes. Requesting votes. Requesting votes. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.